A very good morning to everyone. I am thrilled to be here and see all of you gathered for one of the most crucial conversations of our time. How to turn yesterday's solar panels into tomorrow's opportunities. It is not every day that you get to talk about trash in such an exciting way, right? I'm Dr. Gurleen Kaur, Solar and Technology Specialist at International Solar Alliance, and I welcome you all to this session. Let's take a moment to appreciate the journey of solar energy. What started as a niche technology is now lighting up our homes, powering industries, and driving economies worldwide. Our global solar capacity has skyrocketed to 1 terawatt. That's enough to make sun blush a little, I think. But just as every superhero has a nemesis, solar energy has its kryptonite. Waste, my dear friends, waste. And unlike a comic book villain, this doesn't just disappear after a climatic battle. Here's a fun fact. Maybe not so fun fact. India has already generated 100 kilotons of PV waste. That's roughly the weight of 15,000 adult elephants. By 2030, this figure will triple. If this is not a wake-up call, then I don't know what is. But let's not panic and let's get creative here. Around the world, countries are coming up with innovative ways to tackle this challenge. For instance, Japan introduced end-of-life solar management plans as early as 2015, ensuring the effective collection and recycling of solar panels. They've gone a step further by incorporating advanced technologies like blockchain to track and validate recycling outcomes. In Venice, Ninetech is breaking records by recovering 99% of copper, silicon, and silver from the panels. A clean, green recycling machine. And Singapore, they have got a mobile recycling plants. Yes, solar waste management on the wheels. Yet, in most parts of the world, we are still playing catch up. And this is where today's conversation becomes critical. We need solutions that are scalable, adaptable, and region specific. What works for Europe might not work for Asia. What succeeds in US might be impractical in Africa. This session isn't just about the challenges, but it's about rethinking the opportunities. Solar waste is not a problem. It is an untapped resource with silicon, silver, copper, and a lot of other critical minerals waiting to be reclaimed. This is a golden chance to drive the circular economy and create green jobs. In this session, you will hear from leaders and experts from government, industry, and academia who will share insights on innovative technologies, best practices, and policy frameworks that can help us establish a truly sustainable solar industry. So, I invite you all to buckle up, soak in the knowledge, and let's make this session as illuminating as the sun we are all trying to harness. And now I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Mathur for opening remarks. Dr. Mathur, lovingly known as our DG, is the Director General of International Solar Alliance and a veteran energy expert. Formerly the Director General of TERI and India's Bureau of Energy Efficiency, he was instrumental in India's negotiation at the Paris Agreement at UNFCCC 2015. A leader in energy efficiency and solar advocacy, Dr. Mathur has also co-authored the book, Energy Efficiency Matters. Thank you, Dr. Mathur, for being here. Now I would request you to take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurleen. And many thanks to all of you for gathering here today. As Gurleen said, this is a probably the most important issue of our times now that solar has been established as the inevitable energy source of the future. You know, the numbers, and Gurleen gave very apt comparisons with the weight of adult elephants, I think you called it. You know, 2050, we are expected to have something like 78 million tons of waste, but forget 2050. Right next door is 2030. In 2030 alone, the amount of waste from China will be 1.5 million metric tons. From India will be somewhere in the vicinity of approximately 340 kilotons. These are large numbers and emphasize the importance of us looking at enabling solar waste policies now before it is too late. The problem is, what solar policies do we enunciate? And that is what I'm looking forward to hear today. As far as I'm concerned, I am truly concerned of the fact that the solar technologies of, say, 25 years ago, what is becoming waste today, were very different from the solar technologies of today. And the solar technologies of 25 years later will be very different from those that are used today. In other words, it may be difficult, not impossible, it may be difficult to reuse the same material in solar cells that is produced by recycling of the solar cells that are available. The 25-year gap is too large. What to me it suggests is that we have to move towards complete dismantling, separating out all the materials that go into making solar panels. It is only by doing that that we would have the solar materials that are needed for new solar cells as well as for any other source that is needed. We are pretty good even today at recycling the glass covering. We break it up, crush it, and sell it. We are pretty good at recycling the material, the backing material, the aluminum, the steel, and so on. But we are pretty poor at recycling the material that goes into making the solar panel itself. That is where we need to improve. And to me, it suggests that we need to enable complete separation of all the materials. This means that we should have standards today on separability of materials so that tomorrow is more amenable. The other issue is, if we are going to separate these things out completely, what happens as far as the various countries are concerned? In some countries, it may not be viable, economically viable, to set up systems for the actual recycling. Collection systems every country will need. But the recycling may be in some countries rather than others. This creates a problem because what you would need to do then is to move the solar waste, which would be toxic waste. You would need to move it from one country to the other. We will need the Basel Convention conditions and approvals to be able to move this ahead. If so, we need to be ready about it. We will also need to collect resources right in the beginning so that the collection and recycling can be made possible. I mean, I'll give you a number. Right now, in countries where landfills are managed, it costs about $1, maybe $2 per ton of waste. Recycling of solar waste is approximately $25 per ton. Huge difference. This means that we will need to collect money upfront in order to enable the recycling to occur later. How do we do it? If we are going to move things from country to country, how do you make these inter-country transfers of financial resources? I think we need to answer these questions of the technical viability, whether you have standards or not. You need to answer, and therefore, how are solar panels made today? Remember, all of this means solar panels become more expensive. And we have now reached the stage where they are economically viable. What does this mean? We will need to answer questions about what are the kinds of issues that are related in gathering resources. How much resources do you need to gather every time? Uh, a PV panel costs approximately what? 9, 10 US cents, at the most 20 US cents per watt. How much can we afford to be additionally charged for waste recycling? Cent, couple of cents, 2, 3, 4, 5 cents. I think we need to start working on that issue. How will it be collected? Because many of the companies that provide solar cells today won't even be in existence 25 years from now. So the model that we have used of the producer pays may not be completely applicable. We need to think about it. The point I want to leave with you is that there are technical issues, but more importantly, there are institutional issues of collection, of transport, and of recycling. I'd like this panel to help us walk through these minefields of challenges that we face in the recycling of solar cells. I thank you all for coming here in this meeting, which we consider, as Gurleen said, the most important issue that faces the solar sector today. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. And I truly believe, as you highlighted, that there is a need for robust standards for recycling, bringing down the cost of collection, transport, and also to develop the technological innovations and these facilities. So I hope our panel remembers that when we discuss these issues and we are able to discuss what are the opportunities and barriers here to turn this thought process into reality. So before we move into that, I would like to invite Professor Ian Marius Peters for his special address. And to introduce Dr. Ian Marius Peters, he's a physicist with 20 years of experience in photovoltaic research. He specializes in solar power systems, cost modeling, and device optimization. He's currently leading high throughput characterization and modeling group at Helmholtz Institute's Erlangen-Nuremberg. He has previously contributed at Fraunhofer ISE, CERES, and MIT. With over 300 publications, he is a recipient of a prestigious 2022 ERC grant on PV recycling of modules and the 2021 Hamakawa Award. So we welcome you, Professor Ian. Kindly share your slides and deliver your special address.
So thank you so much, Gurleen. Quick question. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the introduction. In fact, the introduction that that was just given here was so good that I fear that much of my talk might be boring because many of the conclusions that I'm going to draw you have already mentioned. So one of the things I should say is that I am leading a group at the Helmholtz Institute Erlangen-Nuremberg that is specifically looking into developing new concepts. And with that, I really mean forward-looking concepts, say something that might be applicable in industry in 20 years' time on the recycling of solar technology. So now, what you've already said is that as we transition towards a world in which solar panels are one of our major sources of energy, the question of what we do with those panels at the end of their life becomes really important. I would like to challenge you a little bit on one of the things that you've said, and that is with respect to the the scale of it. So let us imagine a future in which we generate half of the world's energy with solar panels. We're talking something of in the range of about 100 terawatt of active capacity there, right? That's a lot. So what would happen if we have to recycle all of those solar panels? And there has been an excellent study that looked into this question. It was done by Heather Mirletz last year from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the US. And the number that she came up with, let me see if I can turn my, if you can see, turn my pointer on here. Yeah, the number that she came up with was something on the order of 100 million tons. That is similar to the number that has just been mentioned. And that may sound like a lot, and it is a lot. But if you compare that to other types of waste that we're creating on the planet, it really pales, right? Municipal waste stands at projected 70,000 million metric tons in 2050. And furthermore, compared to many of the other waste that they're dealing with, solar panels are comparably benign. There are some toxic aspects of them, but it is really not that much. And by and large, if we were to not have any recycling at all, and we would dump all those panels, they wouldn't do that much harm. So all of that is to show merely to say that the absence of recycling would not necessarily be a showstopper for installing many, many more solar panels. Even if there was no recycling solution at all, we could handle the amount of waste that they create, and it wouldn't be that much of an issue to do that. Still, it would be an awful pity to waste all the energy and all the materials, all the resources that we are currently making into those solar panels. And there are additional reasons, good reasons, why circular recycling is needed and is helpful. Let's look, for example, at glass. By mass, glass is the biggest part of any photovoltaic module. It contributes about 60 to 70%, depending on the architecture, whether it's a double glass setup or a single glass. So to reach the aforementioned installed capacity, we would need scale manufacturing capacity to about 3 terawatts in the mid-2030s. That's about 3 times where we are today. And this is perfectly in accordance to the growth rates of the industry that we've seen over the past 40 years. So this is not an unlikely scenario. If we look now at the entire glass market, not only at the one for PV, we see that PV becomes the biggest consumer of glass. The market share would exceed 1/3. And in such a situation, if glass were not to be circularly recycled, there would not be another market that could absorb all the glass coming from the solar panels. So the sheer scale of where the PV market is going will drive us towards the need to develop circularity if we want to be able to utilize the resources that are embedded in solar panels. Now, let's have a quick look at what recycling looks like today. Unfortunately, in most parts of the world, in the majority of all solar panels just go to landfill today. And that is the situation that we would have to change. I'm from Germany, so I'm looking at the situation also in the European Union. In the European Union, we have something called the WEEE guideline that regulates the recycling of solar panels. So solar panel recycling in the European Union is mandatory. We have to collect 85% of the panels, and we have to recycle 80% of that. However, the standard does not require this recycling to be circular. In most cases, it really isn't. What is done with the panels is that they're collected, the frames are removed, then the panels are shredded, the remaining pieces are incinerated to get rid of the polymers, the remaining shards are collected, and then they are introduced into standard recycling streams. Often we are dealing with some contamination with that. So many of the components that are recycled end up being downcycled and do not have the quality that they would need in order for them to be used for new solar panels. So another way to look at this, and this is also something that has been mentioned, is if we look into the value of the materials that go into making a solar panel and that come out of a recycling process. Given current literature studies, I estimate that there's a down valuing of about a factor of 5. Yeah? We use about $2,500 per ton for feedstock raw material for making a panel, and we get about $500 per ton of the material from a recycled panel. The only material that we can really retrieve at value is silver. All other materials we sell off for a lower value, meaning that at least when they come out of the recycling processes, they are really not in a circular way. And this is a major challenge, because the money that comes out of the recycling is what drives the economic incentives for it. If we're not able to increase this value, it is going to be very difficult to have recycling processes that are working at a profit. And I have to say that this is using not state-of-the-art process. This is using, as example, some established processes that are implemented in factories. And we have a panelist from PV Cycle, and I'm looking forward to hear what kind of new developments there are and how they might improve the evaluation of the material that we get out of the PV panels. So I'm a scientist and I like to work with models. So I've been trying to build a simple model in my mind that looks at this recycling process in abstract terms. And basically what we do if we're generating any product, not just solar cells, is that we start to dig up natural resources, for example, from the ground, and then we process them to improve the quality of those resources to a level where we can use them as raw material in manufacturing. Now, then we have a product. This product will have some mixtures of materials, and it will also have come up with some degradation of material. So typically the quality of the material in the product is not quite as high as the raw materials we use to put in it. If you think, for example, about material purity as one of the figure of merits here. And then the product is used, and as it is used, it degrades and it further loses its quality. And at the end of life, at the waste stage, it will have an even lower level of quality. So this is now the typical life cycle of a product from cradle to grave. And if we enter recycling into this loop, what we do is we take this waste and we turn it into new raw material. And recycling, as I've just described it for the solar panel, would work something like this, that the raw material that we get out of it is at a lower quality than the initial material, and that is effectively downcycling. What we need in order to make this circular would be something like this, where this second lift from the waste stage to the new raw material state is so high that we end up at the same level that we originally were, and we can enter the material into the same kind of production process that we originally had. And in my mind, so this is not a fundamentally impossible thing. The problem that we have, more or less, is that we are really good at this part here. We have done this for thousands of years. We have optimized our processes to accomplish this step here to an incredible level. Whereas this one here is something that we've just started. In many ways, or in many cases, the concentration of material that we want to purify in waste is higher than it is in a natural resource. But nevertheless, we do not yet have the processes to increase the quality of these materials at a cost that would be competitive with this one here. So the research work that we have to do is to find the processes that allow this second step here. And I want to finish my presentation here with a few quick examples for how this can be done and how we could apply this to solar research. The first one is perovskite the recycling of perovskite solar cells. Now, perovskites are a new and rather exciting material because they have achieved very, very high efficiencies in very little time. And it is a potential material that could become an alternative to the widely used silicon solar panels sometimes in the near future. Now, the one feature that makes perovskites interesting for recycling is that there is a solution processed material. And in very short terms, that enables us to remove the single materials that made up the solar cell selectively. So that allows us to deconstruct a solar cell and recover all of the used materials at already relatively high quality. And we can then use those materials to make a new solar cell. I'm not going to dive into very much into this detail. I just want to mention my student, PhD student Jenny Wu, who has done this. She has taken all of those materials from the solar cell and has produced a new one. And then we have measured the conversion efficiency of that solar cell with the primary figure of merit. And lo and behold, it was possible to recover the quality of that material almost entirely and generate a solar cell that was as good with recycled materials as it was with fresh materials. The second example that I want to give you, this picture here shows lead bullets, and these are historic ones. They are coming from the 30 Years' War in the 17th century in Europe. And we've acquired some of those bullets because they are the worst source of lead that we could think of. And lead is a key ingredient into perovskite solar cells. So what I want to show you with this is that we are able to take something that is the worst type of toxic waste that you could imagine, and we can give this a new benefit and new purpose. And here's the result of this. What we did is we took this lead off the bullets, we extracted it, we purified it, we turned it into a perovskite solar cell, and we've been able to make a solar cell that was almost as good as a solar cell made of the lead that we bought from a chemical company. And I will leave you with this just to summarize my talk quickly. So waste from all solar panels, even at large scale, even at terawatt levels of installations, would be manageable and is relatively benign. We have large contribution of glass and aluminum and recycling. The good thing is that to some extent recycling for those is already established. We need only minor improvements to really make that circular. It is not yet circular. For some of the components, it's going to be very difficult to make that circular, and that is something we have to work on. We should enable the reuse of materials to reduce the amount of energy and new materials that we need to make new solar panels with the circular recycling process. That's the reason we want them. We have shown that completely circular recycling is possible with innovations in photovoltaic technologies. The examples that I've given you was a solution processed perovskite-based solar cell and an old lead bullet that we have turned into a new solar cell. With that here, this is a quick picture of my team. These are the people that have done most of the work that I have just shown you. And with that, I'll be at the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions should you have any.
Thank you, Professor Jan. Do we have any questions on this presentation? If not, I would really like to thank you for enlightening us with this new and innovative way of recycling, converting lead bullets into perovskite cells with efficiency as high as 20%. And when in the market, we are getting efficiency of 25%. So this is remarkable, I would say, a scientific feat. So congratulations to you and your group for that.
Thank you.
And now I would move on to the next segment of this session, which is the panel discussion. And I would like to invite all our esteemed panelists to come onto the stage. And I would introduce them one by one. So our first panelist is Dr. Brian Isabire. Dr. Brian is the Commissioner of Renewable Energy at Uganda's Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. He also coordinates the Sustainable Energy Development Program and serves as a director at Uganda Electricity Distribution Company. A leading voice in renewable energy, Dr. Brian plays a pivotal role in shaping Uganda's energy future. Welcome, sir. Next is Mr. Leslie Smith. Mr. Smith is the Director of Renewable Energy in Grenada, focusing on renewable energy transitions, energy efficiency, and sustainable cooling solutions. With over a decade of experience, he leads Grenada's strategies aligned with global agreements like the Paris Agreement and the Montreal Protocol. Now, I would like to introduce our speaker who's online, joining us from Europe. He's Mr. Jan Klink from PV Cycle Europe. Mr. Jan is the Managing Director of PV Cycle, a European leader in PV waste management. With extensive experience in setting up recycling programs across various waste sectors, He has been instrumental in establishing take-back schemes and advancing circular economy principles in solar PV. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we have is Mr. Sameer Kawatra. Mr. Sameer Kawatra leads the India program at the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC, focusing on clean energy, climate solutions, and public health. With over 25 years of experience, he combines technical expertise and policy advocacy to advance sustainable development, particularly in vulnerable regions. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have is Mr. Richard Bapo. Mr. Richard is an energy officer in the Solomon Islands government, specializing in renewable energy and energy policy. A graduate in mechanical engineering, he has 15 years of experience driving sustainable energy initiatives in the Pacific region. Welcome, Mr. Bapo. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Ramesh Kumar. Mr. Ramesh is the Chief of Units for Programs and Projects Implementation at ISA, International Solar Alliance. With over 34 years of experience in power sector, including leadership roles at NTPC and SECI, he has championed solar projects across 43 countries, driving solar adoption in least developed countries and small islands and developing states to accelerate sustainable development. Welcome, sir. And I would be the last one, and I would be the moderator of this session. So I would like for all you to give a huge round of applause from our panelists. So thank you very much for being here. And I think this is a very diverse panel that I have. I like to sit here. Yes, this is a very diverse panel that we have here with representations from Caribbean, Africa, Pacific Islands, India, and yes, an international organization as well, which works in 120 countries. So my first question is for Dr. Brian. Dr. Brian, Africa is witnessing rapid solar adoption to address energy access gaps. But the infrastructure of end-of-life PV panel management remains underdeveloped, as we also discussed in our previous remarks. So how is Uganda addressing the challenge of PV waste management? And what role do you envision for regional collaboration in scaling the solutions across the globe and Africa?
Thank you very much for having me and the audience for making time to have this discussion. I'll start from the presentations that we've just had. I know we are discussing issues of e-waste and specifically PV waste. This is a topic very close and very important to us, specifically those of us from Africa. You see, when you come from a regulated market, the rate of getting wastes is even lower. And I can sit here and project that we will have more wastes in the underdeveloped markets faster than the developed countries. So in the case of Uganda, we also appreciate that solar will have a strong role in our electrification, in our energy access, and that's why we are investing both with public and private financing. We have not been strong on regulating e-waste as a whole. We have some interventions within our regulations that speak to regulation of e-wastes, but they are not strong. And specifically the one for PV, we are just starting the conversation. So we don't have the regulations, we don't have the enforcement mechanisms, we don't have institutional frameworks and the capacity in place as a country, but indeed as a region as a whole in managing e-waste and specifically e-waste related to PV space. So these are piling up from all the years that we've been working with solar and of course all these energy options. And we think this is becoming a challenge. We are starting conversations and we are in the early stages of our conversations related to management of PV e-waste, but we've not really advanced because we currently don't have the awareness, the capacity, the skills and the institutional frameworks. And so looking at the regional space and noting that most of our challenges are similar within the region, I think I see about 4 areas in which regional collective action could support us in building this capacity in anticipation of the growing challenges that we have. One, and we've listened to the conversations on the cost, it's about 12 times more expensive to manage PV waste than what you'd manage the usual maybe municipal sewage waste. So it is expensive, but so is the technology and the investments that you need. So the first area that we think as a region we should work on in anticipation of the wastes that are growing is having regional shared facilities. So within the East African community, for example, we would have a regional facility that is at a level of expertise to manage our waste. So as our wastes are growing, we know we are still lower. We would have this shared facility, which will be a center of excellence, allowing us to share the management of these wastes, but also working on the research and the investments that we have. That way we maximize our investments in a regional facility, and later on, once capacity grows, we can have them separate within the countries. And that takes me to the next point at the regional level. Would then have to move to the regulations. So you need to have regulations and standards that would allow you to harmoniously share or move these wastes within the region to a common facility. Because if you do not have that, then there is a challenge. You are not able to move from one country to another. So we would need to develop regulations and standards that allow us within the region to move these resources and share them as a resource, but also as an opportunity for management. The third, and that should be the second last to one of the regional opportunities, would be now as a region to present ourselves as ready for environmental sustainability. How do we package ourselves as a region to attract financing and to attract research that now helps us to manage this ecosystem? So at a regional level, we can leverage resources, increase spillover, and enhance efficiency of what we are doing, and also attract the financing, collective bargaining as a region and as a continent to get these resources for research. And of course, the last bit then comes to the need for us to raise awareness at that level. Because then you're working together, you've agreed to have initiatives that speak to each other, then you need capacity, because we are weak at capacity as a region. So then this would allow us to set up capacity initiatives at a regional level. So we are talking about human capacity, institutional capacity, but all forms of capacity that will allow us, including the infrastructure, to work together. So we'll be able to pull our resources and be able to work together as a region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brian, for your amazing remarks. I think regional collaboration and developing shared facilities is something of utmost importance here when we are talking about the world of tomorrow, because we need to bring down cost, as you mentioned, and volumes as one of the foremost things that will bring down the cost. So thank you so much for your remarks. My next question is to Mr. Jan Klink. Jan, Europe has been at the forefront of PV recycling through initiatives like your own, like PV Cycle. So I would like to hear from you, how can Europe's experiences be adapted for regions like Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, which faced logistical, financial, and policy barriers? And can you also please elucidate on the work that PV Cycle does in Europe? Thank you.
Okay, maybe 2 words about first PV Cycle ourselves. So we were set up as a non-for-profit association in 2007, started as a voluntary take-back system for PV panels in Europe. Voluntary means there was no legislation between 2007 and 2014. And of course, since 2014, we are in several countries in Europe with our own legal entity, a so-called producer responsibility organization, and implementing, of course, since 10 years now, the extended producer responsibility principle through the, in Europe, well-known instrument, the WEEE Directive. So that's a little bit as a short intro from my side on the PV Cycle. Coming back to your first question, I think it's important to stress out that we have now 10 years experience in Europe with the WEEE Directive. My first point is always Extended producer responsibility as policy principle, fine. Fully agree with it. Great principle, great approach as well for PV panels. But I really invite all the countries around the planet to not copy constantly the European Union using the WEEE directive as the reference document, because from a policy perspective, I would say the WEEE directive is not the instrument to do it. Very simple reason why. All what is under the WEEE directive are products which are consuming electricity, We talk about panels which are generating electricity. So there are so many differences between, I would say, electrical toothbrushes, TV sets, washing machines, which are consuming electricity, have a short lifetime and the-like, versus investment products, which are PV panels and PV systems, and which generate electricity and which have a very long lifetime. So I would rather everybody invite to think about extended producer responsibility legislation for, I would call it, renewable energy equipment, which means much more than PV panels, which also means windmills, which also means solar heat equipment, geothermal in some countries maybe. So all what is potentially renewable energy equipment used in your country, think about that, because at the end of the day, we are talking about investment products. So the whole management or the whole lifetime of these kind of products is more, I would say, decisions taken by the calculator instead of the heart. A new phone I buy with my heart because it maybe has 20 cameras instead of only 3. But a new PV panel system I will not buy because there is suddenly a new technology. It might be, but in a lot of cases, especially the household applications, you just wait until, how long it generates electricity. It's more in the utility scale business. Yes, there you might end up in repowering. So that's my first point. I would say to come back to the experiences so far. It's already mentioned also by Ian Peters. I think a very important item is as well, we immediately focus on the technical part of recycling, how it all will work, the many tons which come to us. But to give you an example, we started the first collection June 2010 in Europe, still on a voluntary basis. If we now look at the end of 2023, we had collected a speed cycle all over Europe. Roughly, by coincidence, it's a rounded number, almost 100,000 tons. That's more or less equal to, in power language, 1.6 gigawatt. There is today, end of 2023, in Europe, 265 gigawatt installed. So I would say 2 gigawatt out of 265 gigawatt, that's still peanuts. So the good news is it shows that the photovoltaic industry is delivering its promise of a product guarantee of 10 years, a performance guarantee of 20 years. I'm not blind neither. Of course, the waste will come back one day. The question is also, will it all come back as waste? There will be, due to the repowering, also a lot of activities regarding reuse and maybe qualitatively reuse. That's also something we work upon, maybe come to this later in another question. So my point is, I think, be aware, and that's also mentioned correctly by Mr. Peters, the recycling and the waste business is also a volume-driven business. So you will scale up in whatever, in the technology, in improving your machinery to extract more of the materials. Once you have volume, once you have a guaranteed amount coming into your recycling facility during at least 220 working days, or in some regions or countries, even more working days in 1 year. Because otherwise you are immediately unemployed, you are immediately bankrupt as a recycler if you have to wait for the PV panels waste today. And maybe I end with this, Gerline, to finalize my answer.
Thank you, Jan. And I completely agree with you where you mentioned that we shouldn't copy WEE directive blindly, and we should focus on what is specific for each region, and hence this panel. So thank you for bringing that out as well. Moving on to the next part. So I would request Mr. Leslie to answer this. So the Caribbean region is particularly vulnerable to climate change, and has clean energy is the lifeline. So given its small size and its relatively isolated geographical location, so what are the challenges to implementing the circularity in PV waste management? And how is Grenada planning to overcome these logistical and economic hurdles that you foresee? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and permit me to extend my courtesies to ISA for taking this very leadership role in promoting this very important issue. In introducing my response to the question, I think we must put everything into the proper perspective. And here we're speaking about a number of things here. Vulnerability is one, unique circumstances is one, scale is another one. So I've heard and I've listened intently to what is happening in Japan, in Europe, in India, elsewhere. And it's a completely different narrative for us as small islands, as vulnerable nations, as nations with economies in transition. So it's definitely not a one-size-fits-all kind of approach. It has to be situational and specific to the particular needs and geographic areas of the world. So whereas we hear of all these massive volumes of PV waste that can be generated, that alone inundates our small islands. We're speaking about a completely different situation. Our situation essentially is that because of sheer scale, we cannot dictate what comes to our markets. We are essentially technology takers. And so we are disproportionately disadvantaged in regards to how we treat a lot of these issues. So one aspect that we feel particularly concerned about is how we slow down the rate at which these wastes are generated. And part of the issue here now is the quality of the components that comes to our shores. So we know that we should get maybe 25 years out of a PV module, but do we get PV modules that can go up to 25 years? So it means that we are generating waste at a much faster rate and compounding the problem of this circular economy and how do we dispose of in a responsible manner these waste. Our economies and our sheer scale cannot support disposal or destruction mechanisms. It just does not make economic sense. And so we have to consider a pool approach and a joint approach and regional approaches. And Dr. Macho explained that earlier today. With regional approaches, a number of other things come into the conversation. The Basel Convention, transboundary movement. Who is going to pay for that? This is going to be an expensive undertaking. Setting up the disposal or the destruction facility would require cost. Who is going to pay for that? Right? So it presents a lot of complexities. We do agree, and we have taken the policy decision that renewable energy is the way that we have to go to deal with the current situation of all of these adverse climatic conditions. But we must be careful that in presenting a solution, we do not create other problems. And so waste management here becomes an issue that we would have to deal with. And small island developing states are in a position where they are more challenged than some of the more larger developed countries that can deal with this situation much easier. And so in moving forward, the recommendation is one for these regional hubs to be set up. The recognition is for strengthening of our policies and legislative framework, development and strengthening of our waste management strategy. So for example, in Grenada, we do have a waste management strategy, but it does not include life cycle management of PV components. So we need to strengthen that. We need to look at how we can also enhance the capacity of our local people, improve the skill set so that the proper maintenance structures can be put in place to extend to the full life of the equipment. So already we have set up in Grenada a life cycle refrigerant management plan for refrigerants in terms of a reclamation center for the circular economy of that to reduce the dependence and the importation. We need to let that translate now into the renewable energy space, but that is going to be a costly undertaking. And so how do we recycle and repurpose? And that's just the PV modules we're speaking about. We still have the big elephant in the room, the batteries, right? This is another major challenge. And when we speak also about e-mobility, that has to come into the mix as well. And so I just want to bring home the point that for us small island states, with economies in transition, with limited access to financing, it presents a different complexity to some of the more developed countries where that is happening. So we have moved our penetration to 10% of our total energy generated mix coming from solar PV. And we have targets by 2030 and to be 100% by 2035. But we must be mindful that in solving one problem, we don't create other problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Well said. In solving one problem, we should not create other, and we should be mindful of the solutions that we are trying to find to the problems that we thought were not problems till a while back. So in the same line, my next question is for Mr. Richard Bapo. Since Sir mentioned about the significant problems with regards to degradation of panels that is happening much quicker than we would have imagined, like lifetime is not 25 years anymore, specifically for the modules in small and developing nation, given the different environmental factors and degradation. I would like to hear from you, what are the immediate priorities for PV waste management in the Pacific region, and how can standards help address them for the Pacific? Thank you.
Thank you, ISO, for providing the opportunity to share some of the experiences we have in the Pacific. I think just to bring you some of the views of the regional countries. The background of the Pacific is most of the islands are geographically isolated. They are very small islands and very corrosive weather pattern around the region, prone to frequent cyclones. So especially in some islands, 80% of the population are in the rural areas. And the access rate of electricity is around 18% or 20%. And most of them are grid connected on the urban centers only. So you would imagine that around 80% of the population down at the rural areas are the ones that are using those PV systems, mostly the standalone systems. So there's a buildup of PV systems down at the rural areas. Most of the PV systems are prone to the harsh weather conditions. So in terms of life span of the PV systems, unfortunately, with the designs for 25 years, I think the usual experience in the Pacific Islands is less than around 10 years further down due to these corrosive weather patterns. And due to the adverse weather patterns. So in terms of trying to combat this, I think the only options available to us is to have a policy in place first. I think currently the Pacific region and especially Solomons, we don't have any waste policy in place for PV systems. So I think the focus would be to have a policy, and then later on we could go into in terms of strengthening entrepreneurship in the green circular economy. There are institutional barriers in place, but I think with the regional setup already in place in the region, it would be easier to introduce a standard that actually is followed right across by the regional country members. I think for the Pacific, and especially Solomons, this would be the most the focus for us in terms of to combat the PV waste, is to actually go on first with the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. Thank you for sharing the priorities in the Solomon Islands and specifically the focus on entrepreneurship in greening the circular economy. My next question is for Mr. Ramesh. I would like to know how ISA facilitates given different problems that are there in different regions. I would like to know from you how ISA facilitates the cross-regional collaboration, and how it plans to address these issues of PV circularity and waste management, given the international stature and experience that ISA has accumulated in the past years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gurleen. And thank you for the wonderful presentations we had and the discussions. Very exciting, very important. I'm Ramesh Kumar. I'm heading the program and project implementation in ISA. Before coming to ISA, just to say that we have 120 countries part of this. And the beauty of this is countries from every region is part of this alliance. So it brings different perspectives, understandings. So that's very critical for us to take the best knowledges or to share among other countries. Having said that, one of the key issues, I was just listening to Mr. Smith, and he has put up very relevant questions in terms of the waste management. A very question which comes to us, if you look at the history of solar PV, the coming into as a generation, as a very important generation source, what we always come to any manufacturer or any designers, we talk about at least this 25 years of life. But at times this become a question, if there is a 25 years of life, if we started this installation in early 2000 or sometime of early 2000, this should only happen now, maybe after 2025. But then last 10 years, we are also encountering this issue. That means that it can be of two reasons. One, the people who have designed it, even though they claim to have 25 years, it doesn't happen, number one. Two, it may be the damages happening, like say, for example, in tornado, or maybe other damages which has happened, and it has converted into a waste. That may be the second reason. So if those reasons are there, my question would be, who is responsible for, first of all, before coming to the waste management, the question is, who creates this waste and who is responsible for that? So that also takes us to a very important point. Every stakeholder, starting from the designer, manufacturers, the developer, consumers, everybody will be responsible for best use of it, or they discharge their duties as far as their responsibilities are concerned. They comply to their responsibilities, so that the waste would have been very minimum in the first instance. So this is my important question. So, over the time, as we look at the various technologies to meet energy, to meet electricity, maybe years back, we were focusing purely on technology and the cost part of it. Over the period, then we become very conscious about the what you call environmental point of view in terms of CO2 emissions and all these things. That has come into the picture while designing the new sources or the technologies. Probably the third component, beyond that, we need to think these technologies, whether it is the recyclability of that. That's where we need to look into that. And for that, the Ian was just talking about maybe some of those things like a perovskite, maybe tomorrow, those can be more recyclable. So should we adopt to those kind of technologies? So this is one in terms of a technological development. The stakeholder, as a stakeholder, they need to be responsible to see that such things are being developed so that the recyclability is in a way ensured. That's as far as technology developers are concerned. The manufacturers are concerned, I think their responsibility would be to see that the proper quality is ensured in their product, so that what they talk about 25 years, they really taken care in manufacturing. many of the panels with my experience the last 10 years, I've seen many manufacturers, and within 2 years, it is totally degraded. So that is actually then we have to do a lot of introspection. And so the real manufacturing at the time of the things which they need to take care, it was not happening most of the time, and I need to get those things immediately replaced. But then that leads to a lot of waste management. So the manufacturer is not responsible for what they do. Similarly, in the developers also need to comply their responsibility. So they take care of the proper installation. So these things are there. And also, I would also bring a point to say that, whenever you are planning for a project, as Mr. Smith was talking about, you need to clearly take care of the problems there in terms of an island countries, whether it is in terms of you get the storms there, the tornadoes there, and the saline conditions. Their affordability and the scale is very low. That brings us to be more careful in designing and specifying those things so that you don't end up in these kind of issues. So these are the very important things which we would need to bring into the whole of the subject of the recycling of the material. Now, coming to the other part, how do we look at the recycling of that? Now, ISA is going to clearly wanting to see two things. One, create a guidelines, and these guidelines need to take care of all the aspects, whether the input coming from the Europe, and he talked about it need not copy. Very important point. We should not copy it. Because see, other regions, as Mr. Smith or from the Solomon Islands, the issues which is brought out, we need to take care of all these aspects while creating the guidelines. So all the aspects of that would be taken care of while we are going to formulate a guidelines. That is number one. Two, we need to see, as it all depends on the quantum of the waste generated. We need to treat it differently. If it's in small islands and all, there is no sufficient way of recycling it, or maybe there is a collection mechanism coming to an hub, and then the recycling happens. So we will work on that. How do we create the regional hubs? This is the other one which we'll be working on that. We also need to see the current ecosystem in terms of maybe policies. Generally, this comes as part of the e-waste management. So there will be policies of government in most of the countries as a e-waste management, but we need to now more focus on, because it may be on the other electronics item it may be looking at, but then we need to see how the solar or solar PV in specific, because this will be coming in the large quantities in the years coming forward. How do we build those things part of the e-waste management very clearly on the solar? So this part we need to look into that. And the last point, because this is a subject we can keep on discussing, but let me put the last point. Also, many of the large countries, I am saying including India, many of the large countries, there is the how it happens. It is not happening in a very structured way, which is I would say it happens many of the time on unorganized sector. It's dealt by unorganized sector. Even if they are not mindful of what is your guidelines, what is the standards, they are not at all bothered. Things happen in unorganized sector. So how do we deal with that? So typically two ways of
More
looking
enforcement?
Okay, there are two ways of always looking at anything. You either the government can enforce some laws. Alternatively, they can also be an incentive mechanism to do that. This need to be worked out very smartly, intelligently by the countries. This is where we need to look at it. So let me stop here. This is a very important thing. We have a program on this, program 8, which deals with this very specifically. Considering all these things, we will be working on guidelines as well as creating the regional hubs and all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, for expanding on what ISA can do. Now I will come to the most important question. We've been talking about what needs to be done, what can be done, but the God for all, where's the money for it? So now I would come to Mr. Samir Kawatra, given his experience in the financial sector for several decades. So I would want to know from you, what are the innovative financial mechanisms for supporting the development of PV recycling industry, and how we can get, or we can pump more money into this sector from all stakeholders.
Thanks, Colleen, and thanks, International Solar Alliance, for organizing this discussion. This is such a great panel. The answer to your question, if we had the decision makers and policymakers just from these group of representatives, we can solve this. Because you see, small island states, Grenada, Solomon Islands, have the imperative, have the incentive to go solar really soon. And Uganda, unique challenges there as well. How do you work regionally with the help of ISO? And then Europe has some of the technology experience, one of the first movers, good standards as well. And then India has the scale. So if you could just, get all of these relevant inputs, we will have a good model. I mean, think about this, that renewable energy is very clear that, that's the way forward to power the world. But it'll be inaccurate to call it truly renewable if we are not recycling it. And if it's not circular, then you look at anything which is precious, and I'll give the example of India, almost 100% of gold in India is recycled. And why is that? Because people consider its value, inherent value is recognized, and then there's the infrastructure, and then there's the incentive to recycle it, right? So it's 100% circularity almost. But it's not only about how precious it is. Some of the other things which have very high recycling rates are aluminum cans. In India, paper, like what's the inherent value of paper? Very, very low. And yet it's highly recycled. If you live in any big city in India, you'll have recyclers actually coming to your door to collect, and then they have a business model in which they can derive value from all of that. Every day they'll do that. So to get the financing right, you have to align the incentives right. You have to start with the policy, first of all. Make sure that there is the right direction for the producers, which is what India has been doing. So India has the e-waste management rules. India has been working on electronic waste recycling since 2010, 15 years ago. But 2-3 years ago, India also included PV as a part of it, waste management rules. So producers, like Jan said, in Europe have the primary responsibility to have a process in which their the products that they manufacture get collected and recycled. But again, like you were saying, sir, it's the implementation which is challenging. Will it actually be followed or not? And that's where we have to look at why does it happen that certain things are recycled so well and certain others just go into landfill? And that's where, like Professor Peter earlier mentioned, we can have almost 100% circularity in renewables. So let's say, if we were to have a global compact on taking care of the initial cost as a business, as an entrepreneur, this is, it's a very long-term proposition. As you understand, most of the raw material that will come for your business is 20 to 25 years away. So you have to have a very long-term perspective, but the investment will have to be done now, right? So how do you make sure that there is incentive to invest in such kind of a long-term proposition, and it happens in a way that includes all the countries, all the regions that do not yet have the scale to do it. So so for Europe, it's probably the easiest, because there is a unified structure there. But for Africa, yeah, sorry, and for India. So one of the things which, in terms of innovation in finance, is to look at how do you use public finance to socialize some of this initial investment? And how do you use private investment to incentivize long-term patient capital that works on reducing the cost of circularity and that works on collection and aggregation on a large scale? And it'll be a small margin, but over a period of time, it's a good business proposition, because then that truly leads to, renewable energy being renewable. So I think all of us can play a role in.
Yes. Thank you so much. I truly believe like renewable energy needs to be truly circular, and it will only be circular if it is recyclable. I think that's a point well taken. Now, in the interest of time, I would request each one of you to share one tangible outcome that you expect in the area of recycling to be achieved by 2030 in one line. And in the meantime, I would request audience to please think about your questions, because we will take 2 to 3 questions before we close the panel. So who will want to go first? Can we start with you? One tangible, yeah.
So tangible outcome I'm just looking at is that the more focus on the technological development at the point of view of recyclability.
Yeah, I think one tangible outcome that for us as Pacific nations is to look at a regional approach towards doing things, especially in the recycling, and to have standards in place for the importation of solars into the region. Okay.
Yeah, I would echo, one tangible goal would be to have a target on circularity for renewable energy technologies, as well as a standard which is universally acceptable and widely adopted.
Thank you. My preference would have been a wish list, but the tangible outcome would be a secured financial infrastructure for the total life cycle management of solar PV components. So at every aspect of the value chain, enough financial support to undertake all of these things. So it's just more money then.
Mine will come from the polluter pays principle. I think we need to go back and domesticate the we. That waste electronic, electrical and equipment directive of Europe is one that I want to recommend that we domesticate in Africa. Surely someone is producing these products. So this extended producer responsibility component, the setting of targets like it is in Europe, creating targets that can be measured, but also creating an ecosystem of a business around this recycling is critical for us. Someone is doing business, and we are not going to start discussing what we'll be discussing on climate financing. Who polluted first? Who should pay first? So there is a principle that is working in Europe. We can domesticate it to get all the money that we need. There are people doing business, sending these things to Africa. They should contribute in setting up facilities for recycling. And for me, I think I wanted to differ with my colleague online that this is a good directive. It has worked somewhere. Let's domesticate it, have some changes, but it provides all the levers that we need going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Yan?
Yeah, well, thank you, Brian, for the kick. And I will now maybe score a goal. No, I agree. Because my wish one was financing. So I would rather really first focus on getting the financing organized of extended producer responsibility for PV panels, because as you said, they have a long lifetime. And then come back to Brian. Yes, you said polluter pays principle, very correct. There is also this international principle. But in the European Union, there are only 2 countries, 2 out of the 27, where there is a pay-as-you-put on the market financing mechanism in place, and whereby the polluter, the end purchaser of the PV panels, is paying the fee. That's France and Belgium. Only those 2 countries are really putting in place or have put in place a pay-as-you-put on the market financing mechanism, whereby there is a visible fee on the invoice to the final customer. All the other countries, the 25 other ones, is just a pay-as-you-throw in the waste bin financing mechanism. Of course, in a lot of cases, then also the polluter pays, but the polluter is, in that case, after 20 years, sometimes much surprised that he suddenly has to pay quite some money to get rid of his PV panels waste, because the one who was legally responsible, the placer on the market, never or barely told him 20 years before. And that's really the challenge part with PV panels and in general with renewable energy equipment. That's why instead of focusing now on the recyclability or the technical options regarding recycling, for the moment, not important. Focus when your market is booming or starts really having a good growth, make sure that you secure the financing of the PV panels placed on the market today. And with this, you build up a kind of small fund. You do not have to make a mushroom out of it, small fund, to get something secured for future waste management. And that's my main point. And I really I would like to a second one very fast, because the regional shared thing is 2 times discussed. I think Brian mentioned it, Leslie mentioned even the Basel Convention, great. But what happened recently, that Ghana and Switzerland introduced an amendment to the Basel Convention whereby all e-waste on this planet must be notified. So an extra barrier, which is really blocking any regional shared facilities, would you like? Because now you need to notify everything. You need to have an agreement from the country of dispatch and the country of destination that they both agree that this shipment will take place. You need to put in place a financial guarantee. So I really would ask you, all of you, to maybe bring back this item to the Basel Convention table and really exclude PV panels from this change. This
Thank
change
you,
will
Mr.
start
Yan.
now on the 1st of January 2025. It's not helping.
Thank you,
Yeah, thank
Mr.
you.
Yan, for your comments. I would request one question from the audience, and then our speakers would be available for discussion after the panel discussion as well. So, anyone? Yes?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Sharon Ochola. I come from Uganda. I'm with the Girls for Climate Action under the leadership program, but I also work with an organization that empowers women and girls called MEMPRO. I have 2 questions. One is a comment. Yes.
Okay.
I think, and I'm very grateful that we have the commissioner here. And I think as a Ugandan, I would say that there's a lot of opportunities for scaling up and for uptake, because as I said, part of the leadership program, that there is the demand of the young people in the Ecofeminist Manifesto saying that they would like to see Uganda incentivize communities and ensure access to clean energy. And for those who are aware, Uganda has a population of about 70% young people. And this is already a clear indication that there is a market and an opportunity for us to upscale and uptake the and the renewable energy opportunities that are there. But my question is to the other people, to the other panelists who have taken these technologies, the renewable energies at a larger scale. But how then can us, the young people of Uganda or Uganda generally, uptake these skills, these technologies without, especially among the marginalized communities, without increasing the vulnerabilities in terms of cost of technology and then cost of the appliances? Because of also, I'm looking at the poverty level and also the marginalized communities, and I'm looking at the women and girls. Thank you.
Anyone would like to take this question?
Thank you. Just quickly from my point, I think what we need to do, maybe ISA is also will channelize having more capacity building among those the people of women in those areas, so they can take part in the whole thing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please reach out to me. My team, Knowledge Management at ISA, is working on capacity building and advocacy programs for the youth. And we also organize specific sessions for the youth. We have a session tomorrow on women in energy. Please join us to know more about the initiatives that we do at 10 o'clock in the same pavilion. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for the brilliant discussion that we had. And I would like Mr. Ramesh to facilitate the panelists before we close the session. Yeah. And yes, please clap for a huge round of applause for everyone who was part of the panel. It was really insightful. In the meantime, I would like to say some of the key takeaways from this panel. One, it is not one size fits all. We have to find solutions which are going to fit the needs of the geography that we are going to deploy them in. It is the game of volumes. That is how we're going to find the money. And we need to find regional approaches. Collaboration is the way to go forward. And no technology is truly renewable till it is not recyclable. So thank you, everyone. And I would like to end on the note with a small poem that I wrote last night. So please bear with me and my literary pursuits. Here we go. With every challenge, we gain a clue to build a system robust and true. The sun still shines, its gift unending, if we ensure our waves are mending. Our ways are mending. So let us act with vision clear to make the sun's power truly dear. From cradle to cradle, a circular way where PV waste finds its brighter day. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It was lovely having you here. Yeah.
Thank you as well.
Can we all use our headsets for the? Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Sunny Side Up with Andrew Hobbs, who's the EMEA policy lead for Ernst & Young. He'll be hosted by Mr. Ramesh Kumar, who's the Chief of Programs at the International Solar Alliance. But before we get into the fireside chat, we have a exciting presentation on a climate and energy dashboard for India that the Vasudha Foundation has created. And that has potential of actually being customized and replicated for a lot of ISA member countries. So let me hand it over to Srini to take us through it, and before we head into the fireside chat. Srini.
Thank you, Karan, and a very good morning to all of you. As Karan said, the India Climate and Energy Dashboard, we believe is a one-of-its-kind dashboard for all data on climate and energy, the entire value chain, that could be replicated, adapted in multiple countries across the globe. And I'll sort of set the context, and my colleague then, Rahul, will take you through the dashboard and showcase the dashboard. So just to give you a little bit of a context, out of the total 120 member countries of the International Solar Alliance, 12 countries are from the developed world, 108 countries are from the developing world, and that includes 30-odd African countries and a large number of small island countries, where energy and energy requirement or data requirement would be absolutely essential. Now, the second point is that as on November 2023, roughly about 145 countries across the globe have either announced a net zero target or on various stages of announcing a net zero target. And 4 countries are from Africa alone. Many countries are from the Latin American, and a few small island countries too are in the list. Now, in addition to that, close to about 26 odd countries of Africa also have renewable energy targets, very ambitious renewable energy targets, ranging from 7% to 80% of installed capacity by 2030. So Uganda has got 90%. Uganda has got 90%. Malawi has got 7%. There's a huge band there. And they're all starting at a fairly low levels because the current installed capacity of solar across Africa is roughly about 6,000 megawatts odd, just about that. Now, in addition to all of that, there are extremely large number of initiatives taken by the International Solar Alliance, multilateral development banks, and scaling up both renewable energy across the globe, particularly the developing world, and also, more importantly, addressing the issue of electricity and energy access. Now, I'm bringing a 5th dimension to it very quickly. Under the Article 13 of the Paris Agreement, there is also a requirement that all countries need to submit their biannual transparency report. And this starts from December 2024, right? Now, with all of this, one of the key underlying requirements is to have data that is granular, data that is robust, data that captures both historical as well as real time, data that's reliable, and data that's easy to access, and data that is comprehensive. That means data that you can actually look at the interrelationship between energy and climate, or energy and climate variability, energy and water availability, for instance. One such dashboard that we prepared for India, in partnership with NITI Aayog, which is the erstwhile Planning Commission, and now a leading Government of India think tank, is the India Climate and Energy Dashboard. Rahul, my colleague, will present the dashboard, and then I will just give a short closing remarks on how we want to take this forward across the globe. Thank you very much, and over to Rahul.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll just briefly talk about the data that ICED has, and this is the dashboard that we have created in partnership with NITI Aayog. The link of the dashboard is iced.niti.gov.in. This is the main homepage of the dashboard, where you can see the first graph, or the banner on the site is that NDC, where we are tracking the quantitative NDCs that India has submitted to the UNFCCC, and you can see the progress. Once we click on the status, then we can see that where are we in terms of the progress on the emission intensity. So the India's target is to have reduced the emission intensity of 45% by 2030 and up to 2019, we have achieved the 33% of emission intensity reduction. And similarly, in terms of the non-fossil fuel installed capacity, as of 30th September, we have achieved the 46% of the non-fossil fuel based capacity against the target of 50% by 2030. And we can see there is another banner on the overarching goal of net zero by 2070, but it's just the we have put in the initiative that needs to be taken up to achieve the net zero by 2070, but we are in a process of building the scenario for 2070 where we can actually see that how our emission should look like by 2070. Then there is another graph on the homepage is renewable energy progress, where we can see that how renewable energy capacity in India has increased from just 58 gigawatt in 2011 to almost more than 200 gigawatt by 2025. And especially the solar has increased just 1 gigawatt in 2012 to around 90 gigawatt by 2025. And we can see the pipeline capacity also. So far, as per the latest information, there is around 150 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity that is in pipeline. Then this is just a quick overview about the current status of the capacity and generation, across India. So it's just the snippets of the national level figure. You can get the data on transmission, consumption, distribution. Then this is energy flow, which is talks about, starting from the resource production up to the consumption in the different sectors. So these are the snippets of different sectors like GHG emissions, the water resource data, the climate variability. When it's just the homepage of the dashboard where you can see the high level number, but there are data, much granular data, from the different parameters in the insight pages. So I'll just quickly show you that the length and breadth of the data that has covered into the ICD. So this is the energy tab where you can track all the resource available in India. So like coal, oil, gas, are resources. Within coal, you can track from starting from the reserve up to the production and the consumption, and it not just the India level, but in the different states and different granularity, the data has been available on the website. This is the data on the solar potential. You can see the across India, in different states, the solar potential, though Rajasthan has the highest number of, the highest solar potential in India. Similarly, you can get the data on the other renewable energy sources as well. Moving to the next, so we are now the another focus area is which has been there has been a lot of talk about the bioenergy and biofuels. How we can integrate and enhance our capacity in terms of biofuel production and also include the bioenergy. And there has been talk about the bioeconomy also. So we have just started tracking the data on the biofuel as well, and it's just the beginning that we have started. So this is the data on the biofuel where you can get the bioethanol production in India and the blending percentage. So we have target of around 20% blending with petrol. So far, we have achieved around 14% of ethanol blending by 23-24. And then there has been data, there is data around the different feedstock where is the ethanol is coming from. And also it has information about the another target of 5% blending with the power plant. So we can, get the information that each power plant that how much is blending is happening. Then I'll show you one interesting graph from the website, which is the India power map, which you can, get the data around different power plants in India. So this is map which showcase, which is basically the geotech and, GIS based map where you can see that all our power plant that are located in India, and not just the thermal power plant, but also the renewable energy power plants you can track from this up. I think due to the internet issue that is there is some time is taking to load these pages. Then we talked about the renewable energy capacity in India, but India is not just adding the capacity in terms of the renewable energy sources, but there is also the power is getting consumed. So there are around 70 distribution company in India where which is supply power across India. I'll just take one example of the southern India's Andhra Pradesh Southern Power Distribution Company Limited, and you can see that the power purchase from the renewable energy sources has had increased almost from solar. It has increased from 3% to in 2016 to around 20% in 22-23, and the solar power purchase from the solar has reduced from 75% to the 50%. So there has been 25% reduction in 6-7 years. And the graph on the right hand side shows, the data, the power purchase from the different region in India. And there is a cost data also is available on the website. Then I'll just quickly show you the data on the climate and economy part. So on the climate, the dashboard provides data on the GHG emission, and there is data on the air quality also. That is annual data coming. And then all the data on the dashboard is coming from the government sources, 100% authentic data, and it's open source dashboard. You can free and you can use all the data sets. And there is a option download also. You can download the data in XLS form, PDF form, and JPEG image. The another data set on the website I wanted to show is on the temperature and rainfall. So that data provides data on the climate variability as well. So this is just one graph on the temperature variation. So in 2010 to 16 to 23, you can see the temperature variation across India, and it is again coming from the Indian Meteorological Department data. Then there is data on the economy and demography, not just at India level, but across different states. The another interesting element of the dashboard is analytics, where so in the pages what I've talked about, we are just showing the one, like we are showing energy data, electricity data, but on this particular page we are putting the the different data sets together, and you can compare between the states and get the information as per the requirement. So this is the and I'll just talk about the impact that ICD has created. So we have launched this dashboard last year. That was launched by Niti Aayog CEO and Vice Chairman CEO of Niti Aayog in July 2023. And these are I have just put it the departments that are using the data. So you can see across the different sectors like academia, then consulting, and of course the foreign institute and government, private and think tanks. So a lot of the international agencies has also been using the data from the ICD, and across all the ministries and department, the government department of India, you can see in that list. And this is the impact that ICD has created over the last, more than 1 year. So that dashboard has been accessed across almost more than 160 countries so far, and we are getting almost 1,000 hits every day. And so this is the journey so far. And we have not stopped here, but we are also adding more and more data to the dashboard. And now in the second phase of the dashboard, we are working towards adding more, the consumption side data and granular data to the site. So we have just started on that, and it's a work in progress on the industry. So it's basically the data on industrial production, consumption, and similarly on the transport, we are deep diving into the road transport, aviation, railways, and et cetera, et cetera. With this, I'll stop here and I'll hand it over to Srini. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. So I just want to take a little bit of 1 minute time on talking of the impacts. Now, many of you would perhaps know or may not know that in addition to India announcing net zero by 2070, there are roughly 8 to 10 states that have also announced either carbon neutral target year or looking at net zero. So it's growing. Right now it's about 8, 10, and then it may be covering all the states. Now, we understand that many of them have used, and including NITI, which is developing the NITI Aayog, which is developing the 2070 pathway, are using the ICD extensively in developing robust pathways to come up with, A, to come up with decadal targets, and B, to come up with coming up with a vision as to by when they can become carbon neutral, whether it's or net zero, whether it's 2040 or 50 or 60 or 70. And so we find that this has been very useful because of the granularity, as Rahul showed, the length and breadth of the data, and also the extent of data that we have. I also want to say that we are trying to replicate this across Africa. I have my friends from we are working with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, looking at partnering with ISA, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, and others to look at developing a similar tracker across Africa. And we welcome any partnerships, anyone who is interested to work on this with us. We would welcome this opportunity, and we'll be very happy to provide our knowledge, the expertise, and all the lessons that have gone into this in developing similar dashboards or adapting similar dashboards across various countries globally. With that, I will stop now, and thank you very much, Karan and the International Solar Alliance, for giving us this opportunity to present this dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you, Srini, and thank you, Rahul, for that exciting presentation. I think what it does is gives us a prototype that you can customize based on the demand of the countries that we all work in. So congratulations on this effort. With that, let me invite Andrew and Ramesh ji to come to this side of the room and begin the sunny side up. Ramesh, sir, all yours.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Delighted to be here. Hello, Ramesh.
Yeah, we can hear each other. Yeah. Okay. So first of all, thank you, Karan, and thank you, Mr. Srini and the team. It's very exciting to see your work done so far. It's very, very important. And I'm sure we will have more discussion. How do ISA collaborate with you? Because this is very critical for us to reach out to all the 120 countries and have an approach where in one stop you get all this kind of data. We will have more conversation offline sometime. So it's very, very, I take the opportunity to appreciate you, the entire efforts which you have doing it. Many thanks for that. Okay, having said that, so first of all, let me welcome Mr. Andrew Hobbs, the EMEA, how do you say? This is Europe, Middle East, India, and Africa. EMEA, I can say. EMEA, public policy leader from Ernst & Young. This is EY. So let me a warm welcome to ISA Pavilion.
Very kind.
Many thanks for sparing your time to come here to have a conversation.
It's a pleasure.
So the conversation will be, the theme will be role of robust policy framework in energy transition. Before coming to this important topic, let me talk about you, Mr. Andrew, so that the people know you entirely. Maybe the world must be knowing as a EY expert, but I would, for the benefit of the audience, let me go through your biodata. Yeah.
Apologies if I start blushing.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Andrew leads the EY EMEA. This is Europe, Middle East, India, and Africa public policy team, a qualified solicitor. And Andrew is particularly interested in the role of good governance in both business success and doing the right thing. Andrew works with this EY EMEA assurance to support board of directors through initiatives like the Center for Board Matters and EY's collaboration with the Tapestry Networks. Previously, Andrew focused on corporate governance and public policy in UK, where he was a regular speaker on governance, chair of EY's mid-market independent director network, and sponsor and trainer for the FT Non-Executive Directors Club.
So far, so good.
Okay. Having spent many years as a charity trustee, Andrew regularly speaks to charities and social entrepreneurs on the benefit of good governance. Andrew believes in focusing on how governance and assurance can adapt to the challenges of the 21st century in a way that properly focuses on the public interest and that contributes to sustainable social and economic prosperity. Thank you, Andrew, and it's very, very exciting to go through your biodata. So once again, many thanks for this conversation. I'm Ramesh Kumar Kurupat. I head programs and projects implementation in International Solar Alliance. Okay, so role of robust policy framework in energy transition. You know, policy is the most important part of any transition to happen. And this applies to very clearly for energy transition. So my first question would be, what's your thoughts on COP's most critical priorities? How can public policy align to accelerate progress in achieving these goals?
Thanks very much, Ramesh. This is my first COP, and I'm finding it an enlightening experience, meeting lots of great people. If you look at the policy priorities, I mean, there are people far more expert than me designing the agenda, and they've got it right in terms of what needs to be done. I think there's no doubt about that. Whether we've made as much progress on those issues this week will remain to be seen, but let's be optimistic. I come at this, as you, it probably won't surprise you to know, I come at this from kind of what's business's contribution and how does the policy environment help or hinder that. So that's the lens through which I sort of look at what's going on here this week. And I've been listening to a lot of businesses this week. And I'm in danger of doing a bit of confirmation bias because I'm looking for feedback to confirm what we're seeing in the market away from COP, which is that companies have great objectives, but they're struggling to execute on those objectives and to meet the targets on the pace that we need them to be met. And the question to ask ourselves, therefore, is why is that happening? And I think there's more that, and I'll probably say this a bit later, I think there's more that can be done by policymakers to understand the blockers and the enablers there. And I'll come back to that a bit later. But just perhaps answering your question more directly, the way that we mobilize finance is crucially important. And that is clearly being discussed this week. I've heard from a number of businesses this week saying, you know, the policy on the environment on the supply side is okay. There's more that can be done to simplify it, but it's demand side policy that's the challenge, whether it be guaranteeing minimum prices for electricity or even how we get consumers to start shifting their money to greener products and services. So there's that. The other thing I think which has come out of it, and I'm really got fingers crossed, is the discussions on Article 6 and particularly 6.4. I think voluntary carbon markets and a global carbon credit market is going to be fundamentally important for users to have confidence in the veracity of the underlying assets that are being traded on those platforms. And so I'm really positive about that. We need to make this as simple as possible. So tokenization of these things through regulated frameworks is going to be really important. I think I'm going to leave it there. What about you, Ramesh? What have you seen that's particularly important from a priority perspective?
Okay.
Yeah, this week.
So it's great to have a question from you to have my perspective. No, it's very, very important for a conversation. So I think you touched upon a very, very critical point. Which your business people were talking about in terms of the supply side, the policies are fine, but the demand side is not. This is a very, very critical question, even bothering me. You know, what happens, many of the countries, in terms of, let me take the case of an electricity. I'm not coming to the greener one, I'll come later. What is happening many of the countries in terms of demand, as we move ahead, there is always a price increase happening in terms of the products. But most of the time, the tariff charged to the consumers are not reflective of the cost which is happening in the supply side. So that gives a gap, and that means the government or the utilities are not ready to increase those costs as per the cost of generation or production. That calls for additional subsidies and all these things. And then the entire cycle of managing that comes into the picture. So this is very critical on that. Having said that, I would also see, let me see in the perspective of developed worlds and the developing and the LDCs and seats. This consideration is very, very different. So maybe in the developed world or the countries, your tariffs are cost reflective. In emerging economies, they are in the transition phase, and many of the LDCs and seats, it's not at all cost reflective. Historically, the energy or electricity is considered as a social commodity. But now we are transiting into as a business commodity in a way. So this transition is still not happened, I would say, it's happening in the developing countries. They understand it, so they are trying to do that so that there is no gap and there is a requirement of subsidizing everything is less. But still, in many of the least developed countries and all, this is an issue. So this is an issue which need to be looked into. How do we reduce this gap? And then that will actually create a sound, I wouldn't say, the governance of the entire thing. So this will be my short point. I don't know whether you agree to that or you have a more different view on this.
No, I agree with you. And I'm not sure this is entirely reflective of what you said, but I thought your point about the differences between different countries and different economies is really important. Because there's a tension, isn't there, between big business wanting consistency and the same regulatory playing field across the world, but you need to meet countries where they are. And therefore, local policymakers know best what is needed in their country. That's the only comment I would make. But there's a tension there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. So that was an important conversation. I really enjoyed that. So let me come to the second question. So what are the proven policies which are enabling investment in renewables? If you can cite some examples, will be very useful for the audience, and that will give a lot of, I would say, benefit to ISA as well. Yeah.
I think we agreed this question, but I'm not sure there is an answer to it in the sense that policymakers too are learning. Everyone's learning in this effort. And so policies have been put in place which are well intended, but it's only when you put them into place and then see how they work that you actually know whether they are proven. But if we look at a few good examples, I mean, the obvious one, the elephant in the room, would be the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which shows what you can do if you have a reserve currency and you flood through tax incentives, you apply a lot of money to it. And that's been, I would say, relatively successful in terms of the amount of capital deployed, the number of jobs. It's nearly 300 billion so far, I think, deployed in the first year, 270 energy projects, I think, or 170 odd thousand new jobs. So that shows something that's working. Now, the political situation in the US, we'll see how that pans out. If you haven't got lots of money, then you do things like the EU have done. So, for example, and Mario Draghi in his recent report is suggesting that the EU needs to do more in terms of applying finance and raising money to deploy against innovation for green technologies. But in the meantime, you have things like the Net Zero Industry Act, which the EU put into place, which that comes out of their Green Deal, and it's tried to provide a policy platform in which there can be scaling of green clean technologies. Because the EU's realised that the technology, it wants to ensure that the EU's net zero technology manufacturing capacity meets at least 40% of annual deployment needs by 2030. So that's quite ambitious, and it's part of this wider sort of desire to achieve strategic autonomy, because basically the energy costs that Europe pays compared to other parts of the world, particularly the US, is just completely out of whack and makes the EU completely uncompetitive. So that's a good one. And then, perhaps facilitated again by Article 6, there are a number of examples of good collaborations between countries. So the EU, again, which is the market I know best, has signed several memoranda of understanding with countries across Africa, Asia, and South America. So countries working together is also a good example.
Thank you, Andrew. Many thanks for highlighting these developments, Inflation Reduction Act, and I hope that continuity will be there, and the actions taken for the Europe. But just to supplement, in India also they have added the what you call production-based incentives. So these are attracting more manufacturing, and thereby probably we have lesser price coming in for the green energy. Many thanks, Andrew, for on this. Let me come to my third question. Accelerating adoption of renewable hinges on robust infrastructure investment. We would like to hear your thoughts on some of such investments, action plans such as European Green Deal or examples from other regions.
Yeah, thanks, Ramesh. Yeah, on this one, I was talking about sort of earlier on about the policymakers needing to understand what the blockers and enablers are for business. And when I talk to companies about their decarbonisation journey, the headline is, particularly the leaders are saying, well, we've kind of got as far as we can in decarbonisation on the easy stuff, but this is where it gets hard, when there's carbon in our value chain, particularly in where you source energy from. So I was talking to colleagues in South Africa yesterday. You know, the energy production there, clearly mostly coal-based. There's a lack of a grid, an up-to-date grid there that a renewable industry can plug into. What can businesses do about that? They have no direct control. They can agitate for it. They can advocate for it. So though it's not surprising then that you have, again, I'm going to quote Draghi because I know the EU best, but Draghi sort of acknowledges this is an issue. So they're saying, well, as part of our Paris Agreement commitments, we've failed. These are my words, not his. We failed to invest in infrastructure. For example, EV charging grids is the one that he mentions in particular. And so that's why the European Commission has set an action plan really to, this is one example, to roll out of a new and enhanced electricity grid. Just a stat here is that 40% of the EU's distribution grids are more than 40 years old, and cross-border transmission capacity is needing to double by 2030. And that's going to require an investment of 584 billion euros, I think. Yeah, euros, not dollars. So that gives you the sense of the scale. But I mean, in some ways, you'd wish that policymakers had sort of addressed this earlier, but they seem to be onto it, certainly in the part of the world that I know best. That's probably the main example I'll give you.
Thank you, Andrew. So you mean to say that there is a lot of focus required on, say, the cross-country transmission system, so that the renewable energy can flow from one country to other country, or maybe within the region, there requires a lot of transmission capacity. So I think more people are able to access electricity, and that and probably the greener power can flow in such things. So it's a great interesting answer. And we are trying to, we had an interesting discussion on, a concept called one sun, one world, one grid. What eventually we are trying to see is, can we connect the Asian continent to the Gulf region, GCC countries, and from GCC to Africa, and eventually getting connected to Europe. So, you can leverage the time of the day, because for some part where it's dark, and in India, the GCC area, there is a sun. If you can use that power to flow here, and so on and so forth. So every region benefiting from the other region, because the sun never sets. And we are just trying to see how this intercontinental transmission system could be connected. So this is one area which we are working. Thank you, Andrew, for your input to that. I think we'll work more on that together, so that I think this also will make it more affordable and free flow of renewable power between the continents. So there are challenges, but if we work together, I think still we can have it if we have a good governance system and the political support. Yeah.
That's a fantastic vision, and I wish you all the best. A truly global grid. That's an incredible objective. Makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Andrew. So we are already working on the technicalities of that, and we need to work on the market, we need to work on the regulatory part of it, and finally the political will as well, which is most important. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the important bit at the end.
Yeah, it's a great, important thing. Okay, now coming to my next question. So how can countries without legacy infrastructure leverage innovation to accelerate climate technology adoption? And what role can policy play in attracting and supporting investment in these solutions?
I mean, this goes back a bit to the comment I made earlier about needing to meet countries where they are. And I mean, I know that your members are doing some great work in places like Africa, on microgrids and the like. So this is like local electricity generation, which can then be sold back into the grid if a grid exists there. And I think that's absolutely right. That's exactly where what the sort of initiatives that policymakers need to support in places like Africa that are have, and I get another stat because I like stats, is that Africa has 60% of the world's best solar resources, but only 1% of the solar generation capacity. So that's a huge opportunity there. And it's currently only getting 2% of the investment as well. But so microgrid solution is really important. It reminds me a bit of the kind of the way that telecoms developed in places like Africa, which is you bypass the traditional lines and go straight to a mobile. And it's this sort of idea that why do you need a kind of a national grid infrastructure if there are other options available? So again, go with the local context. And there's some great things going on in Africa. I'll give you one example. Is some small innovators doing some wonderful work. So there's a company called D-Light, which is a business committed to making reliable and affordable solar energy accessible to low-income families in Africa and worldwide. And it not only helps increase access to energy, but the energy is safe and renewable. So there's lots of, and the policymakers should be encouraging startups and innovators, not just the big players, to do this in places like Africa. So that's what I would suggest.
Thank you, Andrew. Very important point you just raised, and you important input you have given. I think with more solar coming into the picture, we need to look into the way how this solar power could be reaching to the different areas, especially with the rural areas where the access rate is very low. Traditionally, every country has been looking at to expand the transmission or sub-transmission or the distribution system to the or most remote places. But many times it's not happening. Either, I don't know, maybe because of the investments, or maybe because of the lack of planning, or maybe combination of all those things. But I think we need to look at in a revised way, having a re-look into the whole thing. Microgrids, which you talked about, maybe makes a lot of sense with more the solar coming to a better technology, the battery costs coming down, smart way of structuring it, injecting what you call the blockchain systems, and the use of all internet and all these things. I think we can have a better solution around solar, along with other renewables possibly, in many of the villages where there is no the power distribution networks are not there. I think this is one exciting area, and that we need to do a lot of policy framework around that, so that the investments and the private investments can also be attracted. That will be a good narrative rather than maybe going for only depending on the transmission system infrastructure development. Many thanks, Andrew, for this is one very important thing. Okay, let me come to my last question on the, I'm bombarding with questions, Andrew, but
it's fine.
But
I've got most to say on this one, believe it or not.
This is a very, I'm very happy to have a conversation with you. So beyond COP29, and I'm very also to see, this is your first COP.
Yep.
So I've been attending at least last 3 or 4 COP. Many people ask me what is outcome, but I would say whether it's the way you look at it, it's a half full, half empty. Many things are happening, definitely happening, but much more to be done, especially the reaching out to the mechanisms on how finance can flow, especially from to the least developed countries and all these mechanisms. Even if we work on that, I think there are a lot of procedural things to be worked out, need to be simplified, I mean, so on and so forth. So, but now having come to the COP29, what policy shifts do you believe are necessary to sustain momentum in achieving global climate goals by 2030?
It's a good question. So when I just was traveling to COP, I was sort of thinking, what am I going to try and get out of this? And I've been thinking the whole time I've been here about sort of, well, what exactly answering that question. So what more needs to be done, or what will really help, what will really accelerate or unlock further progress towards decarbonisation? And so that's sort of the lens through which I've been seeing it. And as a sort of accountant, well, I'm not an accountant, but I'm working for an accounting firm and working with capital markets regulation as my day job. You know, there's a technical answer to this question, but there's also an emotional one, which I think policymakers can support. And I'll go into that in a minute. So on the sort of technical sides, the interoperability of different standards and frameworks really needs to be worked on. You know, you've had lots of different agencies, countries, supranational regulators, standard setters, all rushing to kind of provide the frameworks that are needed to basically change our economy and our society. But the result of those processes means that there is mismatches and conflicts between all this. So and it goes back to I think I made this point earlier about this. If you're going to create a policy framework, you need to be reviewing it on a regular basis to say where are the sort of the bugs, if you like. So I think we definitely need to be doing more of that. There's a lot around simplification in that. I'm pleased again that the EU seems to have reacted to calls from business to do that. So to reduce, it isn't just about reducing burden. It's actually about encouraging. You know, simplification can encourage finance to flow, which isn't already flowing. And I was talking to a big bank here this week, sort of saying that the due diligence costs are just too high below a certain level of investment project, right? So what can policymakers do in terms of reducing burdens, reducing complexity to help reduce that cost? How can technology help as well? So that's sort of a technical answer. And then moving into the sort of more emotional thing, I think we've heard a lot this week about the interactions between climate and nature. You know, some great, wonderful stories about the great works that people are doing in terms of preserving communities, basically preserving natural capital. And I mentioned this point about carbon markets. So I think there's an opportunity there to essentially, sell the concept of carbon credits in a way that it's an investment in more than just decarbonisation. It's an investment in communities, an investment in natural capital, as a way of getting people on board. And I was reading a really interesting article a couple of weeks ago that was saying, you know, are we losing momentum as people on climate change? We're tired, and we're not connected to it in the way that we need to be. I mean, we see floods, then we go back to our daily lives. But observing that actually where we've realized that there's a nature crisis in the past, we've mobilized. And so is there a way of actually reselling and re-persuading all of us that this is important by looking at it through a nature lens? We care about leopards, basically. I mean, it's that sort of thing. So that's the image. So I'd like to see more policy support making that connection between nature and climate. And then, and I'll give you that on that point, this last emotional one, which is tourism day today, I believe, or certainly the UN tourism office is here in full effect. And I was talking to some people last night in the tourism industry, and I had this thought that this isn't just about decarbonizing tourism. Tourism is going to be an important element of actually continuing to show everyone the benefits of decarbonization and the great world that we've got and one that we need to protect. So I think policy to support tourism is also an important part of doing the hearts and minds thing. And I'll stop there. You probably didn't expect that answer, but that's a big thought I had this week.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. So two takeaways from that, from you. One, the focus should be on how the carbon market can come into picture and help the decarbonizing it. I think this is very, very important. I think a right policy can unlock this carbon market, and I'm sure that's one the major thing which we are looking at. The other thing, as you just told, we are really now experiencing that. It's maybe some time ago, even I was thinking it's a myth, or then the scientists are just exaggerating, but slowly we are now experiencing it, and I think now we are more concerned about it. So there need to be a more connection between these policies and the nature. And you also brought a very important point. The tourism could be a tool to make the people more aware, and then that leads to more solutions. Thank you for your inputs on that. Uh, I had a very exciting conversation with you, but I would request anybody from the audience have any question to Andrew, because he is so much into the policy and governance. I'm sure if somebody has a question, uh, uh, then yeah, Andrew will be very happy to answer it. Uh, if not, let me thank Andrew at this stage. First of all, finding time to come over here, discuss and see the ISA Pavilion and what ISA is doing. Your team in India is supporting in a big way. Thank you for that. EY team is one of our integral part there, and reaching out to the countries and the various actions which we are taking. So thank you for EY team and you to come over here. Many thanks. And let me close my this thing from my side here.
Thanks very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and kudos to you and the Association and Alliance for all its great work.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, and my fellow advocates of a very bright solar future, welcome to a very interesting session on the SolarX Startup Challenge, where we celebrate the power of solar innovation. I feel that entrepreneurship is about the 3 I's: ideas, investments, and incubation. Today, we've got investors, we've got entrepreneurs, and we've got a brilliant room full of enticing minds. The SolarX Startup Challenge was launched at COP27, and after the overwhelming success, we launched the APAC chapter last year at COP28. We will be shortly announcing it for the LAC region today. In today's session, we will explore cutting-edge solar technologies and materials, innovative financing models and policy frameworks, successful case studies and best practices, and emerging trends and opportunities in solar energy. But our work is far from over. We must continue to push the boundaries of innovation, driving down costs, increasing efficiency, and integrating solar into the fabric of our daily lives. Let me now hand it over to our Director General, Dr. Ajay Mathur, to give his opening remarks and introduce the keynote speaker. Dr. Mathur has served as the Director General of the Energy and Resource Institute, TERI, and was a member of India's PM's Council on Climate Change. He has also served as the Interim Director at the Green Climate Fund. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Pragya. Thank you very much. Panelists, the very distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen who are no less distinguished. First of all, let me welcome you to this session on startups. We believe startups are important. And you know, why? Because this sector is receiving a huge amount of money. Last year, there was something like I think $1.8 trillion came into the renewable energy market in general, and something of the order of 2/3 of it went into solar energy. We expect that by 2030, we would be attracting something of the order of approximately going up to about $4 trillion from the current $1.8 trillion. But there is a problem. And the problem is that the vast amount of this investment has gone in to the OECD countries, to China, to India, and to South Africa. All of Africa, for example, received less than 3% of this investment. So when we talk to investors, particularly institutional investors, we heard, number one, that they were not sure whether they'll get a return of their investment, which is why we created the Global Solar Facility and its payment guarantee mechanism. But the other thing that they said was, we're not going to go in for one project, we want to see a portfolio of projects. That led to the SolarX program, the one that you are talking about, where we are looking at identifying startups in developing countries who can develop one project, a second project, a third project, and so on. This will enable a pipeline to develop. What we have been enabling is for these startups to meet with venture capitalists on the one hand, venture capital investors. We are also looking to see how they can tweak their technology so that you and I buy more of them. And we also want them to create a brand image so that tomorrow these guys could become the Amazons of the future, providing solar goods and services across their country and possibly much beyond. It is a delight that last year we identified 20 startups, 180 applied. We had a very hard time in finding 20. This year we have completed it for the Asia Pacific region, where again, something of the order of 300 applied, and we chose 30 And it was a very difficult decision to cull down from 300 to 30. Out of those 30, 20 were across the Asia Pacific region. One of them is here with us today. And we also looked at identifying 10 from India. So next year, and this is the announcement that Pragya was talking about, we look forward to identifying at least 20 startups from the Latin American region. So we would have 20 from Africa, 30 from the Asia Pacific region, and 20 from the Latin American region. Currently, we have 50, going up to 70 a year ahead. These guys provide the cutting edge of solar penetration in the developing world. They are the people who enable us, you and I, to get the solar products that we want, whether it is lighting for our homes, whether it is for cooking, whether it is for various kinds of production, solar energy production technologies that we are talking about. It is a delight to have a number of investors here with us today. We are actually glad that we have this set of investors. We also have with us the Honorable Minister of Environment. No, you're the Minister for Climate Resilience, Environment and Renewable Energy, right? From the Republic of Grenada with us, Kerry-Ann James. She seems, at least to somebody like me with no hair, she seems like a kid. You know, she was, I shouldn't say her age, but she was hardly legitimate before she became a member of the Grenadian Parliament. And she has been a senator. She has been the youngest woman minister for environment in the world, at least in Grenada. I actually think you must be in the world. As the Minister for Environment, she has actually led Grenada on a number of initiatives that have led to climate resilience in that country and in the Pacific Islands. As we move to the SolarX program in the Latin American and Caribbean region, I am delighted that we have Ms. Kerry-Ann James with us. And could I request you, Kerry-Ann, to share your thoughts with us and provide us with the opening of this panel. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Director General. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be here. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and innovators, it is an honor to address this gathering at the launch of the SolarX Startup Challenge in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Today, as we converge in the shadow of pressing climate imperatives, we are united by the unparalleled opportunity to foster innovation and drive a sustainable energy transition. The SolarX Startup Challenge, already a beacon of transformative change in Africa, India, and the Asia-Pacific region, arrives in the LAC region at a pivotal moment. This initiative exemplifies the International Solar Alliance's commitment to catalyzing groundbreaking solutions tailored to the unique challenges of diverse regions. For the LAC region, this challenge is more than a platform. It is a call to action to harness our boundless potential for solar energy and reimagine the future of our energy systems. As a young female leader from the LAC region, I stand as both a testament to and an advocate for the transformative power of inclusive leadership. The SolarX Startup Challenge offers a crucial pathway to empower women entrepreneurs and engage youth across our region in renewable energy innovation. Women have historically been underrepresented in the renewable energy sector, yet they are pivotal to its success. Encouraging, Their participation not only ensures equity, but also enriches the sector with diverse perspectives, fostering holistic and sustainable solutions. In the LAC region, where the youth make up a significant portion of our population, almost 60% for Grenada, it is imperative to prepare them for leadership in the new economy. This challenge provides a launchpad to cultivate their entrepreneurial spirit, nurture their talents, some would say youth fervor, and enable them to thrive as architects to a solar-powered energy. The Solar X initiative aligns also seamlessly with our region's aspirations to diversify economies and build resilience. By empowering startups to develop solar technologies, we are fostering local industries, we are creating jobs, and reducing dependency on imported energy. This economic diversification is not just an ambition, it is a necessity as we confront the realities of climate change and economic vulnerabilities exacerbated by external shocks. Moreover, investing in solar innovation contributes directly to achieving our sustainable development goals, something that we don't talk about often, particularly those related to affordable and clean energy, economic growth, and climate action. The 70 global startups supported by this program exemplify the potential to transcend geographical boundaries and inspire localized solutions for global challenges. It also amplifies the message that innovation lies at the heart of addressing the dual crisis of climate change and energy poverty. It bridges the gap between investors, industry experts, and startups, ensuring that the solutions we envision today become the realities of tomorrow. And I think it's by no mistake that we have such a diverse panel here today. This collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, is a testament to the power of partnerships, which is essential for scaling the solutions required to decarbonize and democratize energy access. As we launch this exciting chapter in the LAC region, let us reaffirm our commitment to innovation. Let us reaffirm our commitment to inclusion, and let us reaffirm our commitment to sustainable growth. Let us champion the entrepreneurs who are dare to dream of a brighter and cleaner future and support them in turning their visions into impactful solutions. And so in closing, I encourage each of you or each of us policymakers, investors, and innovators to seize this opportunity. Let us continue to work together to ensure that the Solar X Startup Challenge becomes a cornerstone of our region's sustainable energy transition. And together, I believe that we can empower our women, we can inspire our youth, and set a global example of how innovation and can illuminate a path to resilience and prosperity. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. And you've pretty much summed up what we wanted to talk about in the whole session. And thank you very much for those insightful comments. Before I introduce the panelists to you, may I now request to play a little video on what we did for the Solar X India chapter. It's a little video, 3 minutes, and you'll be able to see how we actually engage with the entrepreneurs on ground. Thank you, Raj. Now, let me introduce the stellar panel that we have today. Mr. Jens Nilsson is the founder and CEO of the World Climate Foundation. The organization has become a leading global platform promoting the green energy through cross-sector partnerships. He also co-founded the Climate Investment Coalition, facilitating multi-billion-dollar climate investments by 2030. Welcome, Jens. The second panelist for today is Mr. Sanchayan Chakrabarti, who's the partner at Avishkar Capital and leads the Carbon Platform, which is the carbon asset development and management business of the group. Sanchayan is a member of Avishkar Group's executive committee and is the partner of the Frontier Fund. Welcome, Sanchayan. The third panelist is Mr. Pratap Raju, who's the founding partner of Climate Collective, a platform that fosters entrepreneurship and community-driven solutions for South Asia's environmental challenges. Thank you for being here, Pratap. Our fourth panelist for today is Mr. Sanish Kulkarni, a leader in climate investment and policy who spearheads the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework at Invest India. As part of Invest India's global partnerships and net zero team, he builds sustainable investment networks with the MDBs, the governments, the investors, and the climate tech startups to boost India's clean economy. Welcome, Sanish. And Upeka, our SolarX winner from the APAC region 2024, is here with us today. She's a visionary entrepreneur, and as the co-founder of BioLanka, she's committed to reducing waste and empowering rural communities through innovative and eco-friendly practices. Thank you, Upeka, for joining in. Elon Musk once said, the future of energy is solar and the future is now. So let's keep inspiring, let's keep investing, and let's keep innovating. Over to you, sir, for moderating today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I am audible to everybody. Okay. Now, as Pragya said, we have a stellar panel. So I'm a little bit afraid of reaching out to them with questions. But Jens, let me start with you. You know, I was very fortunate to be part of the 15th World Climate Foundation Summit. And I want you to share with us how the institutional investors, especially the Nordics, are responding to climate change and especially to solar innovations across the globe. Are there any specific platforms that are coming up to match innovations with investment?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I would say that if you take a starting point in Nordic investors, they have, first of all, been able to commit a large amount of funding for climate investment. So in total, 130 billion to invest by 2030, given the right framework conditions for them to fulfill their fiduciary duty, meaning they can earn a profit on their investments. If I take the Danish portion of that, that is 65 billion that they committed in 2019 to invest before 2030. They just reported in New York in September that they have invested 55 of the 65 billion. So they're pretty well underway. And it's almost 10% of their balance. And if every asset owner in the EU did the same, then you could fund the whole Paris Agreement. Anyway, so just to put things in perspective, 95% of those 55 billion goes to wind and solar. So if you're focusing on solar, it's not a bad area. And it reduces one of the risks you're looking at when you invest overseas. So much of this investment is happening in Europe and US. And bits and pieces, for example, around Taiwan, etc. But more money is flowing to other pieces of the world, all other parts of the world, including the emerging markets and developing countries. And there's a lot of work to de-risk private sector funding to those markets that's happening. And one of the instruments that, and I can tell you why you need de-risking, it's very hard for an investor in solar in the Nordics to invest in solar to invest in new geography, and for example, handle more political or economic risk than they used to. So they'll try and limit the number of risk or the risk exposure, right? And one of the things that we are working on is a concrete instrument called IMCA, that is a collaboration between the US and the 5 Nordic countries that have pooled $500 million together to get more private sector funding to emerging markets. And we've started with a climate mitigation fund of 1.5 target at $1.4 billion. So that's for wind and solar in certain specific countries, including India. We just launched an adaptation window. And these de-risking money are going to private sector run funds, and they can invest in projects, but they can also invest in startups. And one of the things in this adaptation window is actually a fund that invests in startups.
Jens, I am absolutely delighted at this relatively new movement towards startups and particularly towards adaptation. And we hope that the resilience, the climate resilience of solar would also play a role. Let me move to you, Sanchayan. Sanchayan, as a post-seed investor, I think you call yourself, as a post-seed investor, what are the kinds of key areas that you look for while identifying projects or startups in which you invest? And what does the current portfolio of climate funds in startups look like, especially as far as solar is concerned?
Sure, thank you. So we do limited amount of seed, just to clarify that. So in the climate space specifically, we do some amount of seed as well. We recently invested in a hydrogen tech business in India, which is really a seed stage investment. But primarily we are slightly more later stage, which we'll call a Series A, Series B. Our minimum deal ticket is about $4 to $5 million, and then going up from there, right? So what do we see? Any venture capitalist really, looks for very few fundamental things, right? Very large market, great entrepreneurial team, and a business model which allow them to conquer that market. So eventually becomes very large. And eventually is an interesting point, because it's not eventually how long do you stay? How long do you need to scale it up? And that's kind of pertinent for the solar sector in some ways. There's a lot of the solar assets are infrastructure assets, and therefore lend more towards infrastructure kind of long-term financing. So a lot of the $1 trillion numbers that we hear, which is coming in the form of equity, is really late-stage equity and debt, which is you're scaling up much larger businesses. You're scaling up grid-connected solar and so on and so forth. So on the distributed kind of renewable space, there is actually much less money going in. And I want to also tell you the reason for that, which is, when I said eventually they scale up, I mean, venture capitalists are very impatient people. They have only 4 to 5 years to exit. Therefore, they don't really have the time frame to wait for 9 or 10 years, which a lot of these companies require. So what do we look for? Yeah, so these are the fundamental things that we look for. We specifically look for a product market fit. So we look for some revenue traction. We need to see some amount of revenue paying customers, which we are confident then is going to scale up very materially over the next 4 to 5 years. Solar space, we haven't actually invested too much in the solar space. So just to clarify that, we're not a climate tech specific investor. We are impact investors. We invest in any sectors which has an impact on the low income population or climate. In climate, we are a lot more flexible in what we do. So therefore, we also do seed stage kind of investments. I won't have a number for exactly what percentage it is right now in the portfolio. We've done about 80 odd investments. There must be about 7 or 8 we've done in the climate tech space. Increasingly, we do a lot more of climate tech investments. So that is going to increase further. On the SolarX, I had the opportunity to actually talk to the Indian winners. So that was really great, even if briefly. Lots of great ideas there. I've seen the profile of the African winners as well. And I know some of the African winners are already in discussions with other, with some other investors. So hopefully we can try and carry forward some of the discussion as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanchen. I think that by investing in solar, especially in the seed stage, you're helping create an ecosystem, which will then help development. But let me, before I turn to you, let me turn to Pratap. Pratap, you have built a comprehensive network of climate startups across the globe. We were very fortunate to have you as an evaluator in the Africa phase. So tell us more about the climate collective that has been developed around your work, and especially what does solar look like?
Sure, great. Can you hear me? Great, thank you. So Climate Collective is a nonprofit. We've been active for about 8 years supporting clean tech or climate tech startups, including solar tech. Many people may not know, but if the biggest sector for VCs globally in the world is climate tech. This is something that came out very recently, last 5 years or so. It had hit a nadir in 2014. It wasn't true when I started in India in 2016. There was very little capital, very little startups as well in India, and outside almost nothing. So back then, maybe 50 startups, etc. Today, $2.5 billion has little over 2 billion went into clean tech startups in 2022. We published this research. It's a huge number. This is a $5+ billion sector by the end of the decade in India. I've been working in Sri Lanka since 2017, running accelerators as well. It's not true there. I actually have family in Grenada. As it turns out, I married a Guyanese woman, so across the lake. These are very hard regions, especially like Latin America, etc. Now, there's structural reasons for this. We get advantages in the private sector. It has bandwidth, focus. They want large markets, etc. As a local accelerator, even though it's a large accelerator in India, we can't do what groups like our organizations like ISA can do. Now, ISC SolarX Challenge, I was privileged to be part of this. When we're going to Africa, and APEC, and next year to LAC, these markets need access to capital, which may not be local. Sometimes, especially smaller countries, it's market access. And if you don't have defined market access, you won't get the capital in. In other areas, like in Vietnam, I work a lot in Vietnam, there's 35 energy startups. Such a large country, such a dynamic country as well. There's structural problems here, capital coming in. India was privileged to have a very active startup ecosystem from built over 20 years, since about 2005 or so. What I know from the capital side is capital is waiting. There's no lack of capital in our space, even though it's a small space compared to the overall climate funding. There's no lack of capital. Even in India, when we were starting in 2019, there must have been 1,000 startups and very little investment in clean tech in 2019. By 2022, it exploded. Right? This is how fast transformations can happen. We do need that kind of connections to regional or global capital markets. It's not just investment side, even grants actually are needed at very early stage, et cetera. So I would say that there's so much potential in LAC, in Africa, and in many markets. There's so much growth still yet in India, because climate tech, as you know, is a very wide range. It includes solar tech, but you see some of the applications are in agriculture, climate smart agriculture, et cetera. I think we need more programs like SolarX to really build that infrastructure to make those connections. So we don't think we're doing this all alone in Grenada, LAC, or individual countries, but together regionally and sometimes across the global south.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pratap. We are absolutely delighted to have you as a member of the larger SolarX family, and in a sense, handhold the startups that come in. We have been also very lucky to have Invest India as a partner in the last 2 editions of SolarX. And I want to thank Sanish Kulkarni, who is from Invest India, for this partnership. Sanish, you have been looking at investing in Indian startups generally, obviously, particularly in solar with us, but generally speaking. What is it that drives people towards startups in general and towards solar startups in particular in the Indian ecosystem in which you have experience?
So, talking about the installed solar capacity in India, it's at 90 gigawatts, which is 15% of the total power capacity of India and 40% of the total renewable energy in India. So, solar by default, whether it is startups or whether it is through actual grid providers, you can't eliminate from the equation. Similarly, the kind of growth solar has seen in the past years, that is what attracts the investors to invest in solar startups also. Similarly, a few years back, if you remember, solar the biggest question was, will solar succeed? And the major reason was, how are we going to store the energy? But in the last 5 years, there has been significant amount of, I would say, technology development in terms of energy storage. And that has solved that question for solar. That is the, I would say, a pivotal turning point wherein solar has become practical and economically viable also. And that is the reason the global investors are looking at scale of solar in India. Because yes, the technology is viable, and India offers scale to anything, not just solar. Any technology, India offers scale. Any manufacturing, India offers scale. Similarly, Indian government has also come up with PLI scheme for solar PV manufacturing, which is at a value of about $2.8 billion in total. So the government will is also there, which is the another reason for companies or investors to look at India as a viable market for solar. Thank you.
Sanish, thank you very much. I will come back to you about the future. But meanwhile, let me welcome Upeka here. Upeka, we're very proud to have you as a woman entrepreneur, as a SolarX startup winner. Tell us a little bit about your product, but most importantly, what I want to hear from you are the challenges that you faced and what did you do to overcome them?
So I'm Upeka. I'm from Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka is an island. So the first challenge, I would start from there. So we have island mentality, despite whether we are female or male. And the reason that I want to apply to ISA SolarX Startup Challenge was it was an international event. And they said it's for Asia's Pacific. That means not only Sri Lankans, the other countries are on board. That means a wide network. So actually, as a woman in Sri Lanka, I would say there are not just Sri Lankan women, I think globally. Everybody face different kind of, from home, school, and again, the cultural barrier, different layers are facing different challenges. And when you are an entrepreneur and a startup, it's a different ballgame. And if I explain like about a bit of my product, we are the first manufacturer in Sri Lanka, still the only manufacturer for portable solar-powered container unit. And we started it resolving a problem that, because we are an agriculture-based company and we had a lot of lands and with governmental interaction, so we get it for a contract period. And we were thinking, how can we go into a permanent building? So that's where this container unit came in. And because we go out of Colombo and into rural areas, electricity was a huge challenge. So that's where we enable solar power. So, and that's our product. And I have some brochures, so y'all can go through it. And when we were starting off this, to find the network, and mostly in Sri Lanka, all the networking events are mostly in the evening. So that was the biggest red flag for my family. After 6, you're going to meetings with a lot of male dominant and the industry of construction. So I have to first break, that I say, the home cultural barrier. And when I was showing progress and traction, yes, they're okay for that. But it's not always okay for the other women in Sri Lanka. So I would say that I started posting more on LinkedIn to give more awareness and motivation to other women. So sometimes when I go to, once I went to an event and there was this girl whom I knew in the cluster who came up to me and was trying to grab a picture. I was like, this is not my day to grab a picture. Like, no, I just want to show my mother that you're in the event, so she's okay. So that much of tension is there in the female women cluster of Sri Lanka. And we did our first construction expo, and construction industry dominated by a lot of males. And when we were doing that, there was this lot of customers, and this was actually, I would say, a high delegate in Sri Lanka who came up to me and was talking, and I was explaining by the product. And he was like, I forgot to say that I was the co-founder of this. And he was like, can I speak to a superior? Because he expected a male to do this. So those kind of challenges, I think more than funding, I have to first break out to get here. And that's why I would say thank you, Pragya, for the opportunity here. Being in this panel is also a statement, because when I do this and post in my community, Sri Lankan women are like, okay, now there's a role model and there's a ripple effect. So did I sum up that?
I have a very specific question for you. What can we at ISA and this group do to help you grow further?
So right now, we have developed to a stage, we have a lot of leads, and the capacity of our production is not sufficient. Right now, we have full capacity for the capacity we have. When we started doing the construction expo, we got out of scope order for ecotourism, because Sri Lanka is in a peak for tourism, and they're looking for quick construction facilities for different locations. They're looking for portable units. And so I would say, like, if I'm like, that was the reason that we onboarded for ISA, was we need more funding to expand our production facility. And we were able to even send one unit out that is for Uganda for a salon. And that was our first export. And we know the potential we have, because certain countries would like to ship through Sri Lanka because of the, yes. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that provides us with a real-time check on what is needed as the next step. Listen, all of you have been very closely associated with the SolarX network. Jens, you have been associated with it right from the beginning. You were an evaluator for the Africa part of it. So tell me, I would like you to share with us the immense challenge that we had from going from 180 people who applied to the 20 people who were selected. So what is it that drove the process from 180 to 20?
So it was actually my colleague, Peter, who participated in the evaluation. But from what I've heard is that the variety is very high, and it's necessary to come to some kind of, I would say, common identity, common factors that are easily identifiable, and also at the end of the day is investable.
If I can follow up, when you say investable, what are the kinds of metrics that you think are important?
I think one of the fellow panelists framed it before quite well. I think at this point it's clear that from an investor is that there are some characteristics that where you already have some experience, some track record that you know that it can work, and that you can get a return. And on the other hand, that the differentiation on the market, the opportunities also are unique. So it could bring back over and the normal return for those two elements.
I think that's amazingly important. Sanchayan, IntelliCap has been, we identified the startups. Jens was part of it. But after that, the Avishkar Accelerator workshops have been immensely popular. And we have seen huge participation. We've also seen a huge success rate. So could you talk about how the startups have fared through the process? How do they benefit from the startups, from the accelerator workshops?
Sure. Yeah, so the accelerator workshops was a one-year program. It was done by IntelliCap, which is the consulting investment banking arm of the Avishkar Group. I have followed the accelerator a little bit, and like I said, had the opportunity to meet at least the Indian startups after part of the acceleration work was done. So startups come in many shapes and forms. Obviously, they've been selected, but a lot of them are very, very early stage in their thinking. In the business model, I would say, even their thinking and their ability to raise capital. So there are multiple things that startups need before they really become investable that way. You can have a great idea, you potentially have a park, have a market, but every startup, in a startup, you don't have all the elements that you need to be successful. You don't have all the team members, so you don't have all the skill sets. So, giving them the basic skill sets of, how to refine your basic business model, how to do marketing, how to access clients, all of that kind of work. So there is, how to do your finances. So a number of different aspects of building up a startup, some of that work was done through the accelerators. So that's one part on the business model, capacity building. The other part was to be able to pitch properly, to create your financial model, to be able to pitch properly. So, refine your pitches, and then the networking and the connection to the investor. So eventually, the expectation is that will lead to the financing actually happening for some of them. Yeah.
Thank you, Sanchayan. Thank you very much.
Can I just add one more point to, maybe just to pick up? I actually invest in Sri Lanka. We have an investment in Mars Tropical Foods, and we've done some work with Venture Engine. So, haven't seen it there, but we've done that. But it is immensely difficult, and really kudos to you to having succeeded in that market, where we, as an investor, we made some investments and we look for follow-on investments. And as an investor, we found it difficult to get follow-on investment into our company. So I can completely imagine the kind of challenge that she's going through right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think more than anything else, it emphasizes the importance of having successful startups on the one hand, and investors who are looking at advancing their stake, but more important than the stake is their impact in the market. Sorry, I'm glad you have Grenada connections. And we look forward to your participation in the next Latin America and Caribbean region. But, you have been talking to both investors and startups. What are the kinds you think are from your point of view, the challenges that startups face? What is it that you'd be looking for in the Latin America region challenge?
I wouldn't say it's that different from other regions. As for example, the startups we've seen in Africa are any nascent ecosystem. So it's not particularly there. There aren't too many clean tech startups in Latin America. There aren't too many startups. It's still an early stage ecosystem across clean tech, fintech, etc. So that's one. But I do want to maybe talk about one point related to what Sanchit was saying. Is what would we look for? Is sales, commercial sales. Now, if someone told me you got $10,000 from an actual commercial client versus $100,000 of grants for pilots, I would take the 10,000. I think we all know what it means to actually get someone whose own money is being put into here. Now, it's not always possible. You need grants. You need, like ISA provides some funding, and some of that will go to pilots. It's absolutely necessary, but it's sales. And I've seen some ecosystems like, and going back to Vietnam, today you can get funding for clean tech startup quite easy in Vietnam, relatively speaking. You can't get private investment because the sales is missing. And this is an area, especially for B2B startups in particular, is getting help to find piloting opportunities. This is such a strong signal, even in India as well. We have so many startups that struggle. It's a long cycle, especially as a startup. You know, they don't know you, they don't know who you are. To be trusted and especially to be onboarded for if it's a large company or government is quite challenging.
So I'm taking a cue from you, maybe putting words in your mouth to Karian. Does it mean that we need to have governments and especially government regulators look at the future and create the demand? By 2030, we want 30% of the private sector investment in solarized containers, in containers to be solarized, something of that sort.
Definitely. I just want to congratulate again my dear sister on the panel for such her resilience and how you have persevered. I think it's a really inspiring thing for me to witness as a young woman myself. As it relates to the enabling environment from government's perspective, there's definitely a need for us to look into how do we create that space for the regulations to come in. What we have seen is there has not been an infrastructure within the context of the country as yet to encourage entrepreneurs in the field. And if there are persons who have been interested, and we have gotten a lot of requests for support for them to invest in it and to expand for solar small scale solar IPPs. However, because there is no regulatory framework, they made the investment personally. They didn't get help from the private sector. They didn't get help from the banking institutions. They personally invested their personal funds in it. Because there is no regulatory framework as to the tax rate, the rebate system, they are not seeing the returns. So there's definitely an obligation for government to take seriously that regulatory framework to create that enabling environment. Because as one of the panelists rightfully mentioned, in terms of sales and how do you get them to really show that this is a viable option and this is a viable opportunity economically for them, they have to be able to show that returns, and they don't have that second phase towards getting the access. So most times the banking institutions are not really so favorable to giving them that investment and to helping them with the grants or loans that are available. So there's definitely a need for creating that framework from government side. And there's also a need too as well from the utility side as well. It's not only the regulatory, it's the utility company as well. They need to come on board. So I think it is not just a conversation that needs to be had from the private sector point of view. It is not a conversation that needs to be had from government point of view, but everybody needs to be on the table speaking so that we don't work in silos and that we don't, hinder anything happening from each one of the sectors. So there's a collaborative approach that needs to happen there.
One of the things that I can recommend is that we would be happy to work with you to develop a framework which gets solar energy in, and in particular, the local startups start getting jobs. I believe that local startups are ultimately a key. And that leads to me to ask you, Sanish, please, one of the things that has bothered me for a long time is that technology is something that we all of us look for internationally available technology. And then when we start trying to sell it, that's when we tweak it. How can we manage the issue of technology transfer?
I think technology transfer is the key issue that has been revolving since a long time now. And I think Global South offers a lot of potential to the technology and financial impetus that the Global North is offering us. So it's hand-in-hand approach where you provide us technology and financial support, and we'll provide you with the scale and economics to make it work. But how are we going to do that? And that is where honorable ministers point of regulatory frameworks also come in, because startups, what we have seen, especially in Global South, are small startups looking for handholding, and that is where their IPR rights needs to be secured by someone, by some regulatory framework, so that it is not encroached upon by anyone. And that is where I see an organization like ISA could come in to safeguard, at least for solar, the rights and interests of startups in technology transfer. And I'll quickly tell you why I feel ISA or an organization like ISA could play a key part. So Invest India is an investment promotion agency. Similarly, Invest India is also a part of WIPA, World Association for Investment Promotion Agency, which consists of 130 plus investment promotion agencies or countries. Invest India or India is part of Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, IPEF, which consists of 14 countries in Indo-Pacific region, including US and Japan, Korea, Australia, Singapore, which are developed economies, and Global South countries as well. Similarly, there is Quad also coming up. The commonality among all these platforms is ISA. ISA has presence across these countries. So that is one reason. Second thing, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework's inaugural investor forum happened in the month of June in Singapore. Now, after this forum, a lot of investment announcements were made. Approximately $25 billion of USD investments were committed in the Indo-Pacific region. And what we are as IPEF looking for is an institutional mechanism to ground these investments. There are technology working groups coming up in IPEF. Quad also has its own Quad working group on technology and innovation. There also what we are looking at is an institutional mechanism to let this technology transfer happen. IPEF also focuses on co-development of technologies within different countries. Again, what lacks is an institutional mechanism. And ISA through SolarX as a pilot, I would say, has created an example of how this institutional mechanism could come in place. The fact that an IPA, investors, startup, an accelerator or a climate collective, government representation, and a multilateral body like ISA is sitting on this panel is in itself, I would say, an example how that could be done. So coming back to your question, sir, I think institutional mechanism through a cross-cutting agency like ISA is something that could solve the much impending issues of technology transfer.
Shall I add something to that? So he summed up something that I wanted to tell, and adding to your question as well, because Sri Lanka is going through a bankruptcy, and we are going through a political shift as well. So with all that, we are in the business index, we are below 100. So why should an investor come and invest on something like that? A country like us, and plus for ventures like us. So that's where ISA came as an endorsement. Now, when I share that video where they had put it on the YouTube and where we have been selected and we are being mentored by them, and we are going through online mentorship right now. So that is a step for bigger investment. So that's where a lot of people even did ask, how did I got the accreditation for COP29 to come here through them? So you're exactly right. So that's where countries like us are getting benefited to come out of our economical instability, to be honest.
Thank you very much. What that tells us is that whether it is with you, Honorable Minister, or it is with the government of Sri Lanka, I think it is worth testing out the waters as far as this institutional mechanism is concerned. Let us see what works. And if it works, it can be globalized. It's something that we can provide to our member countries. But I want to thank each one of you for your comments, for your participation. Before I end, Pragya will be very upset if I don't take questions from you. So it's all yours. If you have a question, please identify yourself. It'll be great if you can identify one of us to whom this question is addressed. Hopefully not me. Yeah.
And because after hearing the panel and, thank you for such an informative panel, my question is actually to the investors because, and I might be talking from the entrepreneurship side, that when you're talking about investments, you did mention that scale up revenue model and your generation should be, your viability model should be very strong. But at the same time, when we're looking at countries or entrepreneurs, they're high risk. So how do you like match the two? And, as ISA, we are, I would say, getting into countries where solar investments are perceived to be risky. And we do work with entrepreneurs. We actually promote entrepreneurship on ground in countries, from countries where they are high risk and high potential as well. So how do you match the two, and how do you actually move forward for investing in those projects?
Thank you, Pragya. May I take one more question before we go ahead?
Yeah, thank you so much. My question goes to my sister there. Apart from just trying to address issues of energy poverty, what are socio-economic opportunities has the startup brought maybe to the group that you are working with, but also the vision that you have? Where do you want to be in the next maybe 5-10 years, especially in terms of empowering young women and also creating socio-economic opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 2 questions. Yes, please.
So it's not a question, but it's something we and you comment on it. But we need, before we put targets for using the renewable energy, we want to make sure that the technology itself, the localizing manufacture of the renewable energy or solar energy in our countries, because otherwise we will be buyers for technologies, and maybe in 15 years we cannot buy it again. So we need to stress localization of manufacture of solar energy in our countries. Thank you.
Jens, there was a question directly to you.
Yes. So under the conditions that you described, that involves the inclusion of high-risk investments also, there are mainly 3 means. First of all, try to reduce all other risks, so you only deal with that risk, which are project or startup dependent. Secondly, that you pool a number of different projects or startups together, so you distribute the risk over different entities. And thirdly, that you also try to engage other types of, that you blend your finance, where you can get first some technical assistance in to prepare the projects, or you have some kind of first loss guarantees and different things involved, typically from public or philanthropic funding.
Thank you. Pratap, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, and I'll speak particularly about startups and how to invest in startups. Even in India today, startups are seen as pretty high risk. So not every investor is very interested. We just found our anchor investor and we're going through this process as well. One of our main thesis is that you don't make money in e-commerce today. That maybe is perhaps closing more at the beginning of cycles, the startup cycle, et cetera. So one way is a positioning. I think many of us know in India, sometimes India, it's hard to make money, and often many Indian groups go to Africa. It's sometimes easier. So it's not just whether, we're in the big market or something. There are significant opportunities for climate tech across countries, even high-risk countries. It's a matter of finding the right investor rather than thinking that this investor should go there. It's, I think Jan mentioned something about geographic risk. These are always challenges, probably the biggest reason why capital doesn't move, but we're seeing tremendous mobility, even in India, even investors coming at $200,000 checks coming into India. This would have been unheard of 15 years ago to see this kind of mobility for small tickets. So I think if we find the right capital, this is where ISA can play a great role, especially for new markets in solar tech, is helping find those specific investors to kickstart these local high-risk economies or ecosystems.
So answering your question, the vision for BioLanka, I would say like I met a women lady from Turkey, and our sandwich panels are not biodegradable right now. So actually, they have a technology and where they have invented biodegradable sandwich panels. So I would say inventing, reinventing, and adopting inventions that other countries have already invented, and getting that technology to our company and expanding it through the regenerative mindset. The focus would be always creating impact more than concentrating on the financial plans for the company. So that's where we stood out, and creating that flow. And Sri Lanka is, I think, blessed with sun for 365 days because we are island. So getting the collective goal of COP29 and what had been coming from the Paris Agreement, keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius below. I think the final goal of BioLanka is to commit to that statement. And answering in terms of all this, what I would like to do is to empower women mostly in Sri Lanka and out of Sri Lanka, to get involved in a lot of startups and entrepreneurship, because that's needed for developing countries. That's what Sri Lanka is lagging right now also. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more point. I think, Jens and Pratap have covered most of it. So the one thing that I see potentially a role for something like ISR in that and investment, promotion agencies also is, part of the high risk actually comes from the country risk itself. And there are different aspects of the country risk. One aspect of it, which is very relevant from an investor point of view, is what are the rules and regulations for people putting money in and taking money out. Now, that is something, it's not specific to climate tech, but that is actually very, very essential when investors look at specific countries. Sri Lanka actually did a brilliant job in that, quite frankly. I mean, they had investment promotion, there was a very simple account that an investor had to open, and you could put money through that account, take money through that out of that account. Nobody would ask a question. I also invest in Bangladesh, much more complex. In fact, when we started investing in Bangladesh, there were rules around you can't take the money out beyond a certain valuation. Now, as a startup investor, you just cannot accept something like that, right? Because you take so many risks. And if somebody tells you, look, the value is very high, but I can't let you take it out of the country, then that doesn't work. So, I mean, maybe that is something, that potentially, somebody like ISR could work on with the governments, and specifically, rules around capital transfer.
Well, thank you all very, very much. And I'm going to ask the Honorable Minister if she has a few things to say before we end.
Thank you so much. I believe that we have witnessed how important and how transformational this solar startup challenge is to countries that are vulnerable. We cannot isolate our transformation and our wanting to expand solar energy access throughout different regions and nations without talking about some of the challenges that we experience. And if I am to give a small country experience, myself, just in July of this year, we experienced a Category 4 hurricane that devastated the entire Tri-Island states. What would have been our first utility scale project, solar PV project in Karaku, was destroyed almost 100%. We were just shy of 3 days or 2 days to a successful commissioning after going through months and 2 years of torture with, isolated and trying to figure out the nuances. And so it brings into light that while we encourage these startups and while we encourage having solar energy across different regions, it is important for us to also ensure that we have robust technologies that are resilient to the climate crisis, that are resilient to climate disasters, as well as the de-risking aspect of it. I think you touched on what I wanted to mention in terms of some of the financial constraints that countries might have as well. But it is very important for us to look into risk mitigation technologies and frameworks that can assist startups like my friend and many others that are yet to be come to light and come to the fore for us to ensure that we give them that enabling environment. So from our perspective within the Caribbean region, I think oftentimes we tend to see ourselves as a challenge. We tend to highlight some of the difficulties, but I think that there's great opportunities out there, and I would want to implore on other young women as well to really and truly take a page out of, sorry if I can't pronounce the first name, Opeka, page in terms of her resilience and her boldness and bravery. And I think once we continue to work hand in hand, government, financial institutions, investment sectors, as well as the regulatory and utility, and having organizations like ISA, we can make wonders and truly transform the energy landscape for vulnerable nations like ours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank the minister and this excellent panel for their inputs. Truly, believe me, it's been very stimulating discussions tomorrow when we write especially about the risks that venture capitalists look at when looking at investment in startups. Believe you me, I will be far, far better equipped to do so than I was before this panel. I want to thank all of you for coming here, particularly for the questions that were asked. And I haven't responded to your question. I'll respond to it in a one-to-one manner, but in a larger manner. Believe you me, manufacturing in country is important. The problem is that the time frames for startups and for manufacturing are very different. So we need to push the startups, which create the demand then for the manufacturing to occur. I want to thank each one of you for your presence and for your attention, and look forward to the SolarX challenge in the Latin America region being far more successful than it has been in the previous two editions. Thank you all very, very much.
Great good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Okay. Once again, great good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third session of the day, Unlocking the Potential of Sun, Scaling Solar Thermal Heating and Cooling for Energy Transition. I am Narbadur Khatiora, Regional Program Head for Asia and also the Program Lead for Program 7, Solar Heating and Cooling Systems at ISA. I'm honored to moderate and guiding this session, Unlocking the Power of the Sun, Scaling Solar Thermal Heating and Cooling for Energy Transition, hosted in collaboration with IT Power Private Limited India and ITP Thermal Private Limited Australia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed and distinguished speakers and invite them to the dais first. First, we have with us Mr. Karma Shree, Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Bhutan, and also the Honorable NFP to International Solar Alliance. Honorable Secretary is appointed on December 30th, 2022 as Honorable Secretary, and also concurrently serves as the Cluster of Secretary for Economic Sector. Previously he held a number of positions, including the Secretary for the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Bhutan, and also was the eminent member of the Parliament or National Council. He also was the director, previously served as the CEO and also the chairman of the Bhutan Electricity Authority then, and currently is a Electricity Regulatory Authority, and also the director of the Power System, Department of Power System and Hydropower, as well as the Department of Energy. Thank you, Excellency, for your time. And we're privileged to have you here with us today. Now I'd like to invite introduce and invite Mr. Ramesh Kumar Kurupat, Chief of Program and Project Implementation Cluster at the International Solar Alliance. He brings over 36 years of experiences in the power sector. Since joining ISA in 2019, he has led solar projects across 43 countries and capacity building initiatives in 102 countries, focusing on energy access and transition in the global south. Previously, he played a key role in India solar growth at Solar Energy Corporation of India, SECI, and held senior positions at National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC, where he gained and provided extensive experience in solar thermal and hydropower project implementation. Now, I would also like to invite Dr. Keith Lovegrove, the Managing Director of ITP Thermal Private Limited, Australia. He has 3 decades of experiences in solar thermal and renewable hydrogen technologies. He completed his PhD at the Australian National University in 1993, following a Bachelor of Science and First Class Honours from ANU in 1984. He holds a distinguished role as a former leader of the Solar Thermal Group at the Australian National University. Dr. Keith has authored over 170 publications, including the textbook Concentrating Solar Power Technology, and collaborates internationally on standards and policies to support CSP adoption. Please come in the opening session, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we gather here in Baku, where temperatures are decreasing today, I believe when I woke up settling in the morning at around 9 degrees Celsius, with the arrival of winter, we are reminded of the contrasting realities across the globe. In the Southern Hemisphere, summer is intensifying, while the Northern Hemisphere recently on May 20th, if we remember, this year it experienced record-breaking heat waves with temperatures soaring at around 50 degrees Celsius in some of the regions. This extreme, coupled with growing demand for heating and cooling across various other applications, highlight the urgent need for efficient heating and cooling solutions globally. Globally, heating and cooling account for nearly 50% of energy consumptions, underscoring the critical role of clean energy in driving sustainable transitions. Let me pause here and ask, can we unlock the immense potential of the sun, particularly through solar thermal heating and cooling, to tackle these challenges sustainably? What targeted interventions can we envision under ISA Program 7, Solarizing Heating and Cooling Systems framework to accelerate adoption across ISA member countries? Therefore, the objective of this session is to explore these critical questions with a focus on extendable solutions and innovative pathways. The session is structured into 3 segments to guide us through. We have opening session where our distinguished speakers on the dais will present the opening remarks and context-setting presentations, followed by a very high-level moderated panel discussions where we collectively examine opportunities, challenges, and actionable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please join me in welcoming the Chief of PPIC, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, to deliver his welcome and opening remarks.
Thank you, Nat, for giving me the floor. Honorable Secretary of Energy and Natural Resources, Bhutan, Mr. Karma Shering, distinguished panelists, delegates, and the guests here. It's a great pleasure to me to welcome you all to this important session on behalf of ISA. Today, we have gathered with a shared mission to accelerate the adoption of solar thermal technologies, a critical yet often overlooked component in the global energy transition. The urgency of transitioning from fossil fuels to sustainable energy sources cannot be overstated. Currently, heating and cooling demand accounts for nearly half of the global energy consumption, with most of this demand met by fossil fuels, which significantly contribute to GHG emissions. The demand for heating and cooling is largely driven by urbanization, population growth, and raising living standards. By 2050, air conditioning alone is expected to account for 37% of the growth in global electricity demand, while heating represents around 47% of the world's total energy consumption. Solar thermal technologies present a transformative opportunity in this regard, offering a clean and sustainable solution for heating and cooling needs across various sectors. Projections indicate that by 2050, solar thermal could supply up to 47% of the low temperature heat demand in European Union, highlighting its vast potential. Solar thermal systems, beyond their environmental benefits, provide significant economic advantages. These systems can reduce operational costs, increase energy security, and expand access to clean energy in regions where traditional grid infrastructure is limited. For industries, institutions, and households, solar thermal can offer long-term cost-saving reliability and resilience. However, even though the potential of solar thermal technology is immense, their adoption is met with notable challenges. High upfront costs, customer acceptance issues, and supply chain constraints remain major barriers, especially for LDCs and SIDs, where financial resources and technical expertise are often limited. In some regions, the market for solar thermal technologies is hindered by a lack of awareness and limited local capacity to install and maintain these systems. As ISA, we recognize these challenges and are dedicated to address them through targeted interventions. Our strategy involves forging alliances with multilateral development banks, financial institutions, the private sector, and international organizations. These partnerships aim to mobilize resources, drive innovation, and create a supportive ecosystem for adoption of solar thermal technologies. We are also working on establishing a pipeline of projects across sectors to showcase the viability and effectiveness of solar thermal solutions. About ISA's initiative on solar heating and cooling system, we have a dedicated program, what we say Program 7. This program aims to foster the deployment of solar thermal systems with the member countries. This program is designed to build a comprehensive knowledge portfolio that capture global best practices, viable business models, and robust policy framework tailored to support solar heating and cooling applications. In line with our vision, we have already achieved significant milestone, including the successful implementation of solar cold storage projects in Djibouti, Senegal, Seychelles, and in last Bhutan. These projects demonstrate the feasibility and benefit of solar thermal solutions for healthcare and food preservation, particularly in regions with limited access to conventional energy infrastructure. Moving forward, ISA will continue to support demonstration projects, provide programmatic support, facilitate in-country readiness assessments, develop a pipeline of projects, and build capacity. ISA envisions a future where solar thermal systems are seamlessly integrated into energy systems worldwide, supporting low-carbon development, energy security, and economic resilience. This vision can only become reality through collaborative effort. I encourage each of you today to actively participate, share your thoughts and insights, and contribute innovative ideas to help to shape a robust framework for ISA's heating and cooling program. Together, we can ensure that solar thermal technologies reach their full potential, delivering critical benefit to the world. Let's explore with the experts how we can integrate these systems to maximize their potential and create a resilient energy infrastructure. So let's have an exciting and productive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, for inspiring words and highlighting the need of an hour solar thermal technologies as transformative solutions for the global energy transition through partnership, collaborations, and development of supportive ecosystem fostering private sector growth. Thank you once again. Now I'm delighted to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Karma Srin, Secretary of the Ministry of Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Bhutan, and also the Honorable NFP to the International Solar Alliance to present his keynote address. Excellence.
Afternoon. Mr. Ramesh, Dr. Keith, and delegates for attending this event at the ISA Pavilion. It's an honor to address this gathering on the topic of solar thermal heating and cooling, which is a critical component of global energy transition. I would like to express gratitude to ISA for the invitation and also like to thank the hosts, ISA, as well as the co-hosts, IT Power India and Australia, for organizing this very important session at the ISA Pavilion. This event draws the world's attention to solar thermal energy solutions for addressing the issues of energy transition, sustainability, and climate change alongside solar power systems. Bhutan has championed environmental stewardship with our carbon neutral pledge, and we are also currently carbon neutral, and we are the first carbon neutral country in the world. Our collaboration and partnership with ISA is strategic in pursuit of energy diversification and energy transition. Within just 2 years of our collaboration with ISA on various solar energy initiatives, we have already embarked on a number of initiatives and activities. We are delighted to be part of ISA's vision and commitment to accelerate the adoption of solar energy across the member countries. Bhutan has achieved close to 100% electrification predominantly from hydropower, which has been instrumental in our economic development. However, in our quest for energy transition for a more sustainable and resilient energy future, We are exploring other renewable energy sources such as solar to enhance energy security and address the growing energy demand, especially the heating and cooling needs. Further, electricity only constitutes about 40% of our energy needs, with more than 60% being thermal energy. I think Ramesh mentioned that global average is about 50%, especially from space heating needs in the case of Bhutan. Bhutan recognizes the transformative potential of solar energy in terms of enriching our energy mix and offsetting our thermal energy needs. Solar thermal technologies can supplement and complement our hydro resources. Our energy intensive sectors are industry, building and transport. Solar thermal technologies, especially for space heating and water heating, can largely reduce the use of coal, petroleum, and firewood. Solar thermal heating and cooling systems present a compelling alternative to conventional fossil fuel-based methods, offering a cleaner and more sustainable pathways to meeting our energy needs. By harnessing the abundant power of the sun, these technologies can contribute substantially to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and mitigating the adverse impacts of climate change. ISA's Program 7 on solarizing heating and cooling systems, though in its nascent stages, holds immense potential for all member countries, including Bhutan. Heating and cooling loads represent more than 50 to 60% in the residential areas alone, not to mention the industrial and other sectors. Solar thermal technology is often a clean, cost-effective alternative to conventional methods, significantly contributing to climate change mitigation. While we recognize the challenges associated with solar thermal technology adoption, such as higher upfront costs and supply chain limitations, countries like Bhutan can benefit from international support and innovative financing mechanisms to ensure that solar thermal systems are not just affordable, but scalable. By working together with ISA and other global partners, we look towards establishing frameworks to oversee these barriers, reduce greenhouse gases, and support sustainable energy access for our communities. ISA support extends beyond technology to include regulatory and capacity building initiatives as well. Bhutan has benefited from several ISA-led initiatives, including training sessions to enhance our regulatory capabilities and technical expertise in solar applications. Our National Solar Energy Roadmap, being developed in collaboration with ISA, is currently underway. Additionally, our Solar Technology Application Resource Center, called STAR-C, will be launched next month at one of our College of Engineering and Technology. That will serve as a hub for knowledge exchange and innovation. Bhutan is eager to contribute to the development and implementation of ISA's heating and cooling program. We believe that a comprehensive framework, including policy interventions, capacity building, and technical support, will be crucial in scaling up solar thermal systems across all member countries of ISA. Let me conclude by reiterating Bhutan's firm commitment to the ISA mission and our strong interest in the solarizing programs. Also, I urge others, academic institutions, research bodies, and financial institutions to unite in a concerted effort. By leveraging finance and technology, expertise, experiences, and knowledge, we can significantly advance the global adoption of solar thermal technologies. Together, we create a sustainable future and make a lasting impact on our planet. Thank you for a kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Kramasinghe, for your inspiring advice and highlighting the benefits that has achieved from the collaboration with ISA. Also drawing the Bhutan's experiences and highlighting the potential of solar thermal technologies in advancing sustainable energy solutions in the country and globally. Your insights offer valuable lessons for all countries striving to achieve energy security and mitigate climate change and climate challenges. Truly inspirational. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again to our eminent speakers of the opening sessions and the keynote address from Excellency. Now, as we move forward in today's session, it is essential to establish a solid foundation for our discussions on solar thermal technologies and their transformative potential in the energy transition. To provide us with an overview of solar heating and cooling in the context of energy transition and set the stage for the upcoming panel discussions. We have an expert speaker with us, already I've introduced, Dr. Keith, Managing Director of ITP Thermal Private Limited Australia, who is also a co-host for this session. So I'd like to invite him to give his insights and presentation.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ramesh, fellow panelists and guests, good afternoon. Looks like the slides are working. Can you all hear me okay? Yep, that's good. This looks like it's the device for moving the slide. Whoop. Oh, back again. Okay, so solar thermal in the global energy transition. Should I point this somewhere in particular? How do we? Oh, there we go. Wrong button. Sorry, everybody. Okay, we're back on again. Okay, let's just begin by reminding ourselves of the global energy landscape. And Ramesh has already made the point, and that in fact, heat is a very large part of our energy end use. We have a dialogue now where almost it's become the case that people are discussing energy and the energy transition, and they use the word energy when they mean electricity. We've had a lot of emphasis on a transition for electricity, which is very important because if you think about it, traditionally electricity generation globally has been dominated by coal, and coal is disproportionately emitting CO2. So it makes sense to look at that. But it's as if society has forgotten that actually 49% globally of our energy end use is heat. And in fact, what we've just heard from Bhutan is that it's even higher. So what you actually see is that that's the global average, 49% heat. In industrialized countries, it is more like 30% because the transport fuel is a proportionately larger percentage. In less industrialized countries, what you have is a traditional use of biomass and much more heat use. But if we look at where that's coming from, it's still 72% from fossil fuels. We have something like 11% traditional use of biomass, but modern renewables are still very much early stages for providing the heat that we need. So let's get into it. The solar thermal technologies, what are they? It's a very complicated thing, actually. In fact, we need to think of a matrix of considerations. We're used to a solar photovoltaic panel now is a ubiquitous silicon cell-based rectangle, mostly made in China, and they all do the same thing, and they all make electricity at a low DC voltage. Solar thermal technologies are a whole mixture. So let's begin with very simple things. And what I'm going to show you is that there's a profile of increasing temperature of output and increasing complexity, and then go on to argue that that increasing complexity comes with it an increasing capital cost. So we have to think about every temperature differently. Simplest thing is an unglazed, flat, black thing, heats up when it's sunny but doesn't hold its heat, can get you to about 40 degrees C. We're probably more used to a glazed flat plate. The glass cover protects the system from heat loss. It allows you to get, let's say, up to 85 degrees C for hot water, very nice temperature. Take it a step further, evacuated tubes with selective surfaces inside, very nice things, get you even to 150 degrees C at the maximum. Then we move on to adding some mirrors to try and concentrate the sunlight further onto that receiver tube. That could get you with a non-tracking mirror to even as much as 200 degrees C. Then we jump to concentrator systems. And let's just put up linear Fresnel and parabolic trough, put them up together they're sort of competing technologies that do the same thing essentially, possibly get you to as high as 450 degrees, maybe a little higher. And finally, we've got some point focus technologies that can go to extremely high temperatures indeed. The challenge there is actually making a receiver that can use it, but those devices, you can put ceramic bricks up there and melt them in 10 seconds flat if you've built a good one. So what you can see is different technologies for different temperatures, and I think you can see the complexity increases as you go from low temperature to high temperature. Now think about the matrix again. We also have to think about different scales of use. And certainly from the ISA's point of view, this is important because we're trying to embrace all societies, all countries. So that takes us from, let's say, household level that could be as simple as a solar cooker or a very simple solar hot water system. Then we might jump to things in the megawatt scale or hundreds of kilowatts, which I'll call small industry. A lot of work done with saturated steam, for example, or hot water at 95 degrees C. So we can have arrays of the evacuated tubes or the flat plates that we might use domestically, but bigger arrays, or we could have modest sized concentrators. And then at the other extreme is large industry, and around the world, we're looking at applications that are in the hundreds of megawatts. That could be power generation. The system at the top there is a central receiver solar thermal power, 600 megawatts thermal in the solar field, making 100 megawatts of electricity continuously with long-term storage. But we can have 100 megawatt scale process heat systems as well. And if you think about what would be the application, alumina refineries use process heat at that 100 megawatt scales. So we have to think about all those scales, all the temperatures, all the different technologies. What that actually means is if you consider the complexity that goes with temperature, I present it to you as a rule of thumb. Roughly speaking, the capital cost goes up linearly with the temperature that you want to use. What that does mean is that the lower temperatures are going to be more economic and cost effective first. There's also a trend there which says that larger systems have an economy of scale. They will be more cost effective. So we need to think about how that plays into cost as we're going forward. Why even bother with solar thermal? One of the key reasons is that storing the energy, I think as we go forward with the energy transition, the key thing is going to be storage, whether it's electricity or heat in our case. It turns out that solar thermal systems have very good solutions, very simple, proven solutions for storing heat. And these range from just, domestic hot water works perfectly, larger scale hot water tanks for industry, and in the power generation space, 2-tank molten salt has become a kind of standard there. So that's storing heat at up to 600 degrees C for power generation, 15 hours a day or longer. There's other innovative examples with packed rock beds and so on. But the point is very straightforward to store heat. It gives you overnight domestic use. It gives you process heat on demand, gives you reliable, dispatchable power generation. Diverse applications for solar thermal, and I think we've alluded to a few: domestic hot water, process heat for industry. Within industry, lots of different processes that can be addressed: desalination, solar drying, solar cooking, swimming pool heating if you can afford that luxury, and of course solar thermal power generation. So whole range of, so we've kind of got a matrix. We've got a three-dimensional matrix. We've got temperature, we've got technology, we've got scale, and we've got application. So what does solar thermal bring us? A lot of things that renewables bring us in general. It simply replaces fossil fuels, so that's a good thing. There is a really good point with this new program and the countries we're reaching out to that solar thermal, a lot of the technologies are, you could say, lower tech. So it's glass, it's metal, it's concrete, it's civil engineering, there's a much greater potential for keeping the value chain local and regional and less dependent on imports from other countries. We've got at the very small scale, solar water heaters and cookers can actually help the energy challenged. We can help to offset biomass use, which is causing air quality issues in many countries. And if you go to the large scale, the solar thermal power generation brings you the long duration storage, dispatchable generation, grid support with synchronous generators. We need to think about resources because we are simply only going to do this where it is sunny. We need to think about if we're dealing with concentrators, it's the direct beam radiation that counts. If we're dealing with non-concentrated systems, it's the diffuse radiation that counts. The resource maps of the world correlate very closely. So it's kind of the same thing at the end of the day. If we have a look at, say, the least developed countries, which are very much a focus of some of ISA's work, what you can actually see is quite a good correlation between a lot of the African least developed countries and solar resource. So they're very well positioned to benefit from something we do in the solar thermal area. Installed capacity is an interesting thing. I'll point you to the orange curve there that shows a year-on-year increase, but there is a challenge, if you like, to the sector because the annual addition, whilst it has continued to be a significant addition each year, the size of the annual addition has been dropping since about 2013. So this is something we certainly need to think about, and the panel discussion, no doubt, is going to touch on that. We've got 560 gigawatts thermal altogether. China is by far the leader in lower temperature systems by almost an order of magnitude, and you can see a few of the other countries there that are big players in the field. Trying to put this in the context of other renewables, the wind and the PV we hear about all the time. The blue bars there are installed capacity. The orange is how much terawatt hours are generated each year. We've got the solar thermal heat on the left there, and you can see it's significant, but smaller than photovoltaics. Some years ago, it was actually larger, but it's certainly a player at 560 megawatts. On the far right there, you can see solar thermal power as a separate category because it's on the electricity side of the schematic. But actually, if you take the electric power capability there and multiply it by about a factor of 3, you could add that to the solar thermal heat columns as well. Okay, but there's certainly some drivers. Supportive government policies when they're there, falling technology costs, growing demand, a growing recognition that heat is an issue, increased awareness of environmental issues, but challenges. Competition from PV and heat pumps is very strong in the domestic sector. Fluctuating energy prices, economic downturns, in industrialized countries, very much it's about the competition with gas, and the gas price has been all over the place. It's good when it's high in terms of motivating solar thermal, but the perception that it'll drop again is a tricky thing. Emerging trends, hybrid systems that combine solar thermal with other renewables, things like large-scale solar thermal for district heating and even seasonal storage, integrating solar thermal with the existing infrastructure. On that note, I think we'll just end with this slide here, the ISA's new Program 7, and the framework that's under development, looking at a roadmap, methodologies for country assessment, policy and regulatory recommendations, and identifying stakeholders, technology suppliers and institutions. And hopefully that's a good segue into our panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Keith, for your comprehensive presentation, offering a valuable overview of the potential of the solar thermal heating and cooling technologies to unlock the power of the sun. Your insights have provided us with a deeper understanding of how these solutions, alongside solar PV applications, has the potential to drive sustainable energy transitions globally. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to our eminent speakers in the opening sessions. And I would like to request to take a photograph together so that we'll have a second session as the most awaited panel discussion. And so we'll take a photograph together. Yeah. Now, with the context set and a strong foundation laid with the insightful remarks in the open session as well as the comprehensive presentation, we move to the highlight of today's discussion, the panel discussions. To guide us through the dynamic conversation, it is my pleasure to hand over the stage to Mr. Ramesh Kumar Gurupat for his introductory remarks and also to introduce and invite our distinguished panel members and facilitate the discussion. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nar, for inviting for the panel discussion. I'll be moderating. Once again, I'm Ramesh Kumar Gurupat. I'm the Chief of Programs in International Solar Alliance. The context is very important. And thank you, Kate, for giving a wonderful overview of the entire solar thermal versus the most important point. Almost 50% it's the requirement is for the heating. So our electricity actually, even though we have substantially progressed in solar-based electricities, still the electricity sector as a whole only represent around 22% of the overall energy scenario. So that means there is much need to be done in addressing the GHS emission, whether it is from the energy requirements on various sectors and the transport sector. So these are the most important things to be done. That brings a very important aspect of solar thermal technology, how we can clearly utilize that for various energy applications. So today, I think we have a wonderful panel, both physically here as well as on a virtual mode. So let me invite, first of all, and welcome the panelists here. So starting with Dr. Indradeep Mitra. Please, if you can join, that will be great here for the panel discussion. The CEO IT Power Private Limited India. Mr. Kale Bonstra, please come, the treasurer of ISES and energy designer Trecodom. We have Dr. Detlev Heinemann. He is on virtual. Many thanks for joining, Dr. Heinemann. Then also we have Professor Andres Heberle. Hope he is online. Yeah. Welcome, sir, for joining this panel discussion. And finally, we have the Mr. Sushil Acharya from Nepal, the Joint Secretary from the Energy Department. Please join, sir. Yeah. Thank you all the panelists once again for joining this discussion. Let me start with Dr. Indradeep Mitra. So Mr. Indradeep Mitra is CEO of IT Power Private Limited India. He holds a doctorate in engineering degree from the University of Kassel and a master's in renewable energy from the University of Oldenburg, Germany. Additionally, he has undertaken studies in public policy and strategic management from the Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata, and with the 7 years experience in renewable energy, energy transition, and sustainable mobility. Dr. Mitra has been, in fact, he has authored over 60 publications. That's great, with more than 5,000 citations. So once again, happy welcome you, Dr. Indradeep Mitra. So just to give me, let me put a question to you so that for the benefit of the audience as well. With your background and your experience in grid integration and energy transition, how would you assess the potential of solar thermal in creating a diversified energy portfolio? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. I'd like to thank ISA for hosting this organization and give us the opportunity to speak here. The question is very relevant for today's hot discussions related to green energy transition. And I think solar thermal is one of the very key elements of the overall energy transition. The reason being, it's not only a competition among the clean and green energy generating options, but together, all of that can bring the transition. Now, having said that, we need to highlight the benefit of solar thermal systems as a whole. I would like to say about two things. One is that if we analyze the overall energy system, and I mean energy, not only electricity, where electricity is only one component, an important component, there solar thermal in specific cases and specific requirements have much more efficiency of process conversion, where particularly in the processes and cooking where the direct heat is required. If you go that by the electricity route, then a cascading effect of the energy efficiency happens. And therefore the net efficiency goes down. So for such specific applications, solar thermal brings much more advantage. This is one point. And then if we talk about also that if a significant portion of the energy demand is met by solar thermal, then the requirement of the electricity route gets lower and smaller, and that is helpful for maintaining the grid stability as a whole. So the GHG emission also will reduce because till now, unfortunately, in the world, the maximum amount of electricity is generated by the fossil fuel. And there is another advantage of the solar thermal storage. So if we have a storage in the system, that can really be a wonderful thing, be it in the end use point, like ice storage, for instance, just an example, or hot water storage, for instance, or it could be on a larger scale for the CSP plant that Dr. Keith was mentioning, like molten salt or something like that, which brings the conversion of efficiency of thermal storage is very high compared to the other technologies at this moment. And cost for the storage is also very attractive. So we need to know exactly which way and where this has to be applied. So in that context, I would like to say that solar thermal is one of the very important components of energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Indradeep. In fact, I was just thinking recently in one of those regions in India, where predominantly in the Western region, we have too much of solar PV installations. You know, they had a cloud cover for some time, and that, in fact, you know, nearly it has led into the collapse of the grid, nearly, but then they could pump something. But one of the learnings people say, because solar PV doesn't give you the reactive power. So there probably solar thermal could have been a very important choice. So technologically, probably we are considering the cost reductions, what happened, maybe still there is a room for solar thermal based power generation. We can critically look into maybe as an ancillary system or a grid support system, at least to start with, And as you told, this is very important thing that the molten storage, molten salt storage will be a better idea than going for a battery storage probably. So I think we need to leverage these things. This is very important thing which you talked about. Many thanks for bringing out the important points. So now let me reach out to Mr. Kale Boonstra. Welcome once again, sir. And so what I understand, you are the treasurer of International Solar Energy Society, is an accomplished architect and energy consultant, holding a Master's of Science in Architecture from Delft University of Technology. And you are the founder of Trecodome. Okay, a consultancy specialized in low energy building design. That's great. The building is one area where a lot of things can happen in solar thermal. And you are also involved in European Commission supported research and has played a key role in the International Solar Cities Initiative. Great. Advocating for sustainable building practice globally and coordinating low energy social housing project across Europe. Many thanks for joining this session, because we have to think beyond the boundaries of electricity. So the building sector is one of the key areas. There can be much we can do with solar thermal technology. My question to you, sir, as Secretary General of the International Solar Cities Initiative, how do you see urban areas adopting solar thermal technologies to meet their heating and cooling needs in the context of a global energy transition?
Thank you for offering the opportunity to present here and to discuss. And what I would like to add to the agenda is indeed that with solar thermal, we are matching in renewable energy to an energy demand. And as we can learn that the energy demand is significant, in particular in the building sector, we should also question the level of the energy demand in the first place. And here I have a lot of experience in projects where you can reduce the energy demand by 50 to 80%. And if you do that, primarily by looking how vernacular architecture looks like, and this is a plea for also discussing the building codes and what is really needed for energy, because then the local answer of solar thermal can also contribute to the design solution. And that is maybe a reason why solar thermal is a bit more complicated, because you have to think about the process that you are facilitating. And here the engineers need the knowledge to do that. And then about the urban solutions for solar thermal, I want to emphasize that it's really possible to act on a large scale, on a district heating scale, and using huge solar thermal storage tanks to have a stable solution for heating and cooling. But we should also address the individual solutions, where there's a lot to learn from China, and we saw it in Greece and Europe before. But having seen so many solar individual systems on buildings in China is also an inspiring solution.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your inputs. You talked about the energy efficient building design and the building code. That's really critical to reduce the energy intensity and contributing to the reducing the greenhouse gas emission. And I think solar thermal technology will play a very critical role. At times we see this, even though it is brought into, especially in the developing countries and the other least developed countries, the enforcement or to building it part of the plan at times is a big challenge. So I think we need to work on that to do the capacity building, and so that they can adopt these solar thermal technologies, which will be very useful for the buildings. So many thanks for bringing these very important aspects of the building part of it. Many thanks to you. Okay, and then now let me reach out to on the virtual speakers and let me reach out to Detlef Heinemann. And thank you for joining once again, Mr. Heinemann. And you are the leading meteorologist and expert in renewable energy systems. You formerly head of the Energy Meteorology Group at Forwind, the Center for Wind Energy Research at Carl von Osixie University of Oldenburg, and at the German Aerospace Center Institute for Network Energy Systems. You also advise the Fraunhofer Institute for Wind Energy System on numerical wind field modeling. Many thanks for having your background with so much of expertise in meteorology. I think that plays a very critical role in terms of assessing the resources. So let me reach out to you on a question. How does energy meteorology contribute to the strategic deployment of solar thermal system in different climates and geographies? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. First of all, can you hear me? Yeah, I hope so.
Very well. Yeah.
Good. Perfect. Well, yeah, so once again, thanks for the kind invitation to this panel, even from remote. The subject is solar thermal, of course, but my special subject is also primarily energy meteorology and how to put that together. First of all, let me very briefly define energy meteorology with one or two sentences, because at the end, it's the description of the influence of weather and climate on energy systems, So that's it. However, in times of renewables, of course, it's much more important also to focus on the fluctuating nature of both resources. So that's basically, of course, important for solar PV and for wind. Nevertheless, in general, let's stress on PV and wind. Energy meteorology is, in the meantime, I would say, a huge economical domain, because it helps, especially for grid integration, of course, to save millions of dollars, or you could also say to make grid integration even possible only. So that's a different story when it comes to solar thermal. The question is, what can energy meteorology in this context do for solar thermal? First of all, the situation becomes more simple. Why? I just mentioned fluctuations. Fluctuations are very much a challenge for solar energy meteorology, because the meteorological importance of solar radiation was in the past far away from minutes or even hours. The matter was monthly, annual data. So that means the whole domain has been challenged very much by solar PV and wind. And now going back to solar thermal, what is important for solar thermal in terms of time constraints? We already have heard the topic of storage very much. So storage is a nice thing, and also for solar energy meteorology, it's a nice thing, because all these systems become much less inert. So that means fluctuations do not matter that much in solar thermal. And there's no need to provide high temporal resolution data. That's also very fine. So that means from that point of view, I could state that solar thermal is much less problematic in terms of providing the data which we need and to provide the information. And also from the point of the specific locations which you have mentioned. When it comes to solar, in the meantime, we mainly rely on satellite data. And satellite data have the benefit of being available globally. So that means even in the most remote site, there's basically no need to install ground-based measurements anymore. So we have a few ground-based measurements globally with extremely high accuracy, but that's it basically. So anything else can be done mainly by satellite data. And that's a huge benefit which we face, I would say, over the last 20 years. And that means that all the aforementioned regions very much will benefit also from this development, which mainly was triggered by solar PV, to be honest. but solar thermal can very much benefit from that. So far, from that point of view, I think we can do quite a lot for solar thermal, but most of that has already been done, to be honest. Thanks.
Many thanks for your inputs. We have a bit of a different experience. You know, when we talk about solar PV and solar thermal, what you call GHI versus DNI. We take GHI for the solar PV and DNI for direct normal irradiation for the solar thermal. You know, some of our experience has been a bit bitter on this, which you talked about the satellite data. At times what happens, you know, the elimination of ground measurements, in fact, has resulted in a problematic conditions in India, some of the areas. You know, what happens? Two things. One, the atmospheric conditions doesn't really captured by the satellite data, which is a very important input for solar thermal technologies. When you I'm just talking about the power plant design, whenever you have a solar thermal based, whether it's CSP and all. So this is one area I think bit of a difficult things, and we were just wondering whether we should have more ground measuring stations. So I'm slightly have a different view on this. Anyway, thank you very much for this. I think we need to discuss more on this. I would be very happy to have more inputs so that the lessons we learned with your experience, how we can eliminate those kind of gaps happening in the data, which is based on the satellite data, which may be affecting. So we'll have a more discussions on that, but many thanks for that important aspect to bring for these discussions. Moving on, let me reach out to Professor Andreas Heberle. Welcome once again, Mr. Heberle, for this discussion. I'm very delighted to introduce you here as head of the Department of Renewable Energy and Environmental Technologies at the Eastern Switzerland University of Applied Science. With over 30 years of your experience in solar thermal technology, and you hold a PhD from University of Freiburg and a diploma in physics from the Technical University of Munich. With your experience, let me put a question to you, and I would like to get a kind of suggestion from you. As an expert in industrial solar heat applications, how would you describe solar thermal unique value proposition for sectors transitioning from fossil fuels? Over to you, sir.
So thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me on that panel. I hope you hear me well. Can you shortly confirm?
Well, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Well, let me start with where I am now. Why am I participating online? I'm presently in Cuenca in Ecuador, and in about half an hour from now, we will inaugurate the very first solar thermal plant for process heat in industrial applications here in Ecuador, in a dairy here in Cuenca. So that's a big success to have such a very first plant here in Ecuador. Worldwide, we see a low number, roughly 1,000 plants, 1,000 projects on a worldwide scale in industrial applications with a total capacity in the order of 1 gigawatt. So compared to the number that we saw before, it's low, but it is already something. Now the unique value proposition, Keith has shown very nicely the different processes and the different technologies that can be applied for different temperature scales. And if we start at a lower temperature scale, let's say below 100, then one unique thing is that we can use non-concentrating technologies. And here, by the way, referring to Detlef's and also your comments on irradiation data, for non-concentrating solar thermal technologies, it is not the DNI that is relevant, it is the global horizontal. So including all the diffuse radiation. And so non-concentrating solar thermal panels make use of the global radiation. And well, the value proposition is it's a highly efficient and economically viable solar fuel saver for industrial processes, but also, of course, in other cases. And that covers many industrial processes from the chemical, textile, food industry, and so on. The classical way how such a system is installed is that you have an existing company that uses a lot of heat. Typically, they burn gas or oil, diesel to generate that. As soon as you install a solar thermal system, you start saving fuel, and that's the way how it finances itself. The nice thing is that with one investment for a solar system, you guarantee the heat price for the coming 20 plus years. And nobody of us knows where the fuel price will be in, let's only look at 5 years ahead. Where will it be? For a company, it is so important to have planning bases, have a fixed planning basis for energy cost. And a solar thermal system fixes the heat cost for the coming 20 years. And that's coming together with the simplicity of integration. I think that's a quite good value proposition.
Many thanks. And first of all, congratulations for your project being commissioned there. And that also precisely you brought the point. It's clearly established for the process heat, and it clearly is in very advantageous position. And then as you told, we don't have to bother about DNI, and DNI will always, it will be relevant for concentrating kind of thing, and which is, for the power generation. So we should now mainly look at the heating applications and the process heating. Many thanks for that updating on that. And then we are looking forward to you having more such examples and how we can expand it. The ISI is looking at to expanding it to the countries where this makes sense, rather than only looking for solar PV for as an alternative. Many thanks for your input on that. Okay, with that, let me come to Mr. Sushil Chandra Acharya. Welcome, sir. And you are the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation. You have been served as a Director General of Department of Water Resources and Irrigation, as Project Director of Sukhoshi Marine Division of Multipurpose Project, Rani Jamra Kuluria Irrigation Project. I hope I'm spelling it properly. At Mahakali Irrigation Project, and Regional Director of Far Western Irrigation Directorate, Dhangadi. So you have 28 years of experience in the water resource sector, including the policy formulation, planning, design, implementation, monitoring, evaluation of irrigation system, and water-induced disaster prevention, and project management capabilities. Once again, many thanks, Mr. Sushil Chandra Acharya, to join here. So as government, government policies matters for adoption of any technologies. And considering the solar thermal technology or solar as a whole, what are your important proactive measures so that the country can look into migrating into more the green kind of energy resources, including solar thermal technologies? Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir, for introduction and giving me the opportunity as panels. It's my great honor for me. As we all know, Nepal aspires minimum emission and sustainably achieve net zero emission by 2045. The heating and cooling sector has played a minor role. But if Nepal wants net carbon energy productions, we have to employ the solar heating systems. And because of the favorable geographic conditions, as per a study by the Ishimoto and our government agency, Alternative Energy Promotion Centers, recently published a roadmap and potential of developments. As per that study, Nepal's diverse geography offers varying level of between 1600 to 2000 kilowatt hour per meter square of annual global solar radiations. Therefore, this is the excellent place for the installation of global solar radiations. Among the country of the 72, Nepal ranks 41st as per the study conducted in 2022 in terms of total collector area installed. Till date, the install capacity is system is 210 megawatt in thermal units, covering 300,000 square meters in collector area. This shows that Nepal already has an established solar thermal sectors, even if the companies are mainly focused on installation of small thermosiphon systems for hot water preparations. So this is an excellent starting for the solar energy in larger systems. So solar thermal energy holds immense promise for Nepal, offering sustainable solution for heating, cooling, and industrial processes access sectors. So the Nepal government is promoting, forcing its benefit, environmental and social benefits, and regional relevance, cost-effective benefits. So government is trying to create a conducive environment for more installations of solar heating systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So it's very, very encouraging to know the government is pushing the solar thermal based the hot water system for the residential users and all. I'm sure with our collaboration, we can help you more to promote the solar thermal technologies in Nepal. Many thanks for that. So I have one round of questions to all the panelists, but let me come for a second round very, very briefly, starting with Indradeep. So as you know, ISA is looking for how do we help the countries in adopting solar thermal technology. In your thinking, which are the areas where solar thermal make a sense, especially the countries in different regions, especially say looking at say countries in Africa, and the kind of which is sensitive of even prices as well. What kind of applications you will be looking at with the solar thermal in those countries?
Thanks for this excellent question. And there is no generic method for that, of course. In a particular country, we need to see what are the options, what are the demands of heating. And if we deploy solar thermal route, then what is the cost advantage and technological maturity advantage vis-a-vis the alternatives like electrical heating or fossil fuel driven heating even. Suppose a country has all hydro-based power generation, then the conversion of electricity is totally different than another country where the heat is by petroleum products or coal-based. Also, very important part is to see how much solar resources are there. So therefore, the amount of GHI and DNI and what kind of solar panels that we should use, whether this is non-concentrating type or parabolic type or the concentrating type. Everything is a multi-variable question, not a single parameter is dependent on that, multiple. But also the cost, what is the supply? Suppose a remote country, the cost for procuring the elements of it and the maintenance is also important for the lifetime of it. So we need to have a holistic calculations of it. But in general, we would like to see starting from a very simple and small scale application till a significantly large applications individually. What are the need points or load points, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you, Indradeep. No, I'm just saying what are the important parameters you mentioned about it. Of course, we need to look into country by country in terms of resource availability and the existing way of meeting the energy demands. Many thanks for your inputs on that. Let me come to Kjell Boonstra. What is your now? What do you think about making it more efficient for the building point of view, or I would say on a community-based heating system? I would also like to mention the cooking in India and many countries. The community-based cooking, solar thermal is the best technology. Scheffler dishes and cooking for even thousands of people, and it's very successful. But at the same time, the building sector is still not matured enough to, or I would say it's not scaling up to that extent. So what would be your suggestions to make it more appealing, more what government or the stakeholders should look into?
That's an overarching question that you are putting to me now. I think what is really important is to think in an integrated manner, and the previous speaker already mentioned that it's about combinations of technologies. It's not just one technology, but we have to find the solutions together. And I can give an example how solar thermal in the European market is now evolving into a thing it's called PV thermal, where you have PVT panels that generate electricity, of course, but the panel behind it is generating a bit of heat. And this bit of heat is the source of the heat pump that works with it. And early next year, an innovative company is going to launch this as a product together with a very small and compact PCM storage system, so that it's a compact installation which you can install in a single house. But if you do it on a community level, you can install it for a group of apartments and do that together. And this is where I think the future is to integrate it. And this is also where the challenge is in terms of affordability, because this is another thing that they would like to bring here, that we not only think about financing the systems, but we also think about the cost of the end users, where energy poverty could be a barrier for even installing the good technologies. And this is a thing that must also be taken into consideration, that the people who live in the buildings can afford it.
Thank you for the main input I got is to integrating the heating as well as solar PV, probably. That gives innovative solutions. Of course, that needs to be looked into, kind of how effectively the cost part of it and the affordability part of it. But nevertheless, this is a very good input. I think that's in future, this integration will play a key role in developing these technologies. So many thanks for that very important input. So let me reach out to Dr. Detlev Heinemann. Sir, so in terms of your suggestions to make it more, what you call better design, what are your suggestions in terms of the meteorological data? How effectively we can utilize it more effectively in terms of designing these systems?
Part of the answer is what I already gave, because for solar thermal, we are in the position of benefiting quite a lot from other technologies, which in this case is just solar PV. Because as I already mentioned, we had to make the big step for solar PV from large-scale data to small-scale data with very low resolution, both in time and space. That's already been done. So far, we can very much benefit from that. The second thing is, I think this is also the comment you gave in my previous contribution. There are two different things. First, the solar resource on the one side, and there's, of course, satellite data which boosts that very much. So it's a very good help to have satellite data globally available with the same quality everywhere, and that's a very big importance. The second thing is, I guess that what you mentioned, the local measurements on the site. And that's indeed also for solar PV in many parts of the world. Think about India, where we have dust pollution and things like that, which most of the time cannot be delivered by satellite data. So that means we have to add additional data sources. And that's, of course, again, a question of scale. So we can do that, and this is done for large-scale systems in the PV sector. For example, if you have a megawatt-size plant, then of course you will have local measurements. This is one thing. You very likely cannot do that for household systems. That means it's a matter of scale where you can do that. And the second thing is, which is more and more important, because it's in the control of these systems. Again, size matters there as well. In the control of systems, the data are very important, but at the same time, it's important how you use the data. And with that, artificial intelligence, or to be precise, machine learning provides us with a lot of options. This just has started. So that means in the future, we will have to optimize the local available data and to join that with machine learning techniques in order to provide exactly that what I just mentioned. That means optimal solutions for probably in the first instance for large-scale systems, but then step by step also coming down towards smaller systems. I think that could be and probably will be the future of how to control these systems using as much as reliable data as possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Heinemann. Many thanks for that input. And also, I think we should, as you suggest, more AI should come into the picture in data management as well. Many thanks for your input. Let me also now come to Professor Heberle. So you have given such an important input that that process heating, which you are using solar. Having talked about it, what would be your the best potential areas, which I was asking Dr. Indradeep as well, which are the probable areas of applications you see, whether like, say, for example, industrial heating or similar, say, the milk processing, or wherever these such low temperature water applications, which are the areas you see generally there is so much can be done with solar thermal technology?
Okay. Again, we look at the temperatures, as we heard from Keith in his introductory talk. And if we look at how much heat is used by industry, firstly, we see that industry uses 1/3 of the final energy demand on a worldwide scale. And out of that, 3/4 is heat. Out of these 3/4, again, 50% is at a temperature regime below 400. And this is the sweet spot for now. We have the technologies market available for a temperature regime from a little bit above ambient up to the 400. And these are really market available and cost efficient and economically viable technologies. So that's where we look at. In principle, solar technologies can also go up to 2000, as we heard from Keith. But there I would say that's the point focusing systems for process heat applications. I would look at these at a second stage. So first stage would be all applications below 400. And within these, 400 is already a big span. You find very many applications below 100, below, make it 80, 100, 120. So that's really, and a kilowatt hour at 80 degrees, that you produce that kilowatt hour with fossil, just emits the same amount of CO2 as a kilowatt hour at 400 or at 2000 degrees if you produce it by with fossils. So looking at the lower hanging fruits, that would be the temperature regime, all the processes, and that's cleaning processes, that's drying processes. So there's a bunch of industrial processes at these relatively low temperatures, and that's where we should start with available technology that is commercially viable.
Thank you, Professor Heberle. Yeah, thank you for that input. I mean, these inputs will be very useful for us to take forward, especially we wanted to help many of the African countries. So we will be looking at this below 400 and maybe below 100 where such applications are there. We can, as a low-hanging fruits, we will take up those things as a initial this thing. So many thanks for your input. So let me once again reach out to Mr. Sushil Chandra Acharya. What is your last word? How do you want to further increase the use of solar thermal technology in Nepal? What would you suggest on that?
For the government and for the private investment, we have to develop and make more framework regulatory and market employed the policy of market-based approach, like policy interventions in the tax matter, subsidy, tax, interest rate support, development standard and certifications, promote public-private partnership to de-risk the investment from the private sectors, awareness and advocacy to ordinary peoples, and finally research and development. I think these are the major activities necessary for expanding more solar thermal systems in the context of Nepal.
Many thanks for your inputs. I think we have a wonderful discussion, and I would open it up for the any of the audience to have questions to the panelists. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are very grateful having you here and sharing your insightful thoughts on how best we can move forward as a platform. You will agree with me, the International Solar Alliance is doing great. If you look at its membership today, from the creations, from Paris COP today, we have about 120 memberships. The deployment of this solar energy globally is not only the introduction of technology, solar technologies. For me, with the interventions of ISA across the globe, if you look at it, it goes beyond impacting the lives and livelihood of our people. So here we are under one roof, under one sun, under one globe, that is the earth, that we should come together as committed individuals to move forward. So going through your discussions, I want to throw these important questions to you. What, in one word or in one sentence, what would be your message to the other countries that have not yet joined International Solar Alliance to come up, so that we work together as partners, as collaborators to move the agenda forward? What would be your key message to the rest of the world? Thank you.
Should I answer?
Yeah, I'll leave to you to answer it. Yeah.
Okay. I thought perhaps this is more appropriate to be answered from ISA itself. My personal version would be for all countries that let us join hands and make the world cleaner and green. Use and harness the blessings that we have from the sun.
Thank you. Thank you. So many thanks for this, your input. I think we need to reach out to the countries and, joining this alliance benefit everybody. And we have so much of shared knowledge, learning from one country, other country. And it's only benefits. There is no negative of anything on that. So let's jointly reach out to that, and you are part of it. And you should be a ambassador to other countries to this propaganda, other than apart from the secretariat, which we are trying to reach out to the countries. So many thanks for that.
No, actually, on your part, you have said, I'm just throwing to the panelists to give me their opinions. How together countries can come together to join hands in moving the agenda forward so that we ease the deployment of solar globally. That is the agenda. And Aisha is doing their parts. They are reaching out. So I am giving your opinion so that some of us who are behind and are hearing the message from them, what could we do together to change generations? Yeah? Basically, they are doing their parts. They have been into my country and I felt it. So I want others also to felt it.
Well, the slogan that we as International Solar Energy Society use is that we aim for 100% renewables for all, but done that in a wise manner. I think that's what we share, and that's why we collaborate with ISA and with others, and we have the strategic report with Irina to work on this agenda. So 100% renewable for everything, for everyone. That's what we aim for.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments. I will have a last question. We are running out of time. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for a very good presentation. My question is centered on the issue of extended producer. We really know that each and every solar panel you've got its own lifespan, which ranges from say 20 or to 30 years, 20 to 30 years. So after that, we want to know what plans do you have in place, especially as for us to avoid the issue of waste management issue in a few years to come.
Okay. Yeah.
I might comment. See, for solar thermal, we are talking here. And for solar thermal, actually, the embedded carbon emission is less than solar photovoltaic, because unlike solar photovoltaic, where to manufacture the panels by silicon or some materials like that, you need or require less amount of energy. And assuming that the energy, meaning in this case mostly electricity or even heat, is coming from standard mix of energy systems of today's world, that is mostly fossil fuel driven, solar thermal systems are having embedded energy is much, much lower. So therefore, if you talk about the life cycle analysis of it, then solar thermal systems are having distinctive advantage with solar photovoltaics. Being said that, there is not a competition between solar thermal and photovoltaics here. The waste management would be more or less similar to a standard fossil fuel power plant machinery, that you have pipes, you have metallic structures, something like that, and not a silicon-based system where that requires much in a magnitude of difference in terms of high intense energy required to recycling them, to produce them, but also recycling them. So it's much simpler waste management overall cycle compared to a photovoltaic system. Thank you.
Many thanks for that very brilliant answer, because we are not, this intensity is much less here. So many thanks. I think we had a wonderful panel and a very lively discussion. We tried to reach out all the aspects, and I'm sure a close collaboration with the IT Power, ISA, and all the panelists and the Solar Society. I think we should come together to see this can be expanded, how we can scale up this application across the country. So let me give back the mic to Nar at this stage. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for this wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh, sir, for excellently moderating the panel discussion and all our expert panels. We have witnessed an exceptional panel discussions, and we wish we have a much more longer time, but this is not an end. I think we'll continue in the days and months, actually in the over next year as well. And we're also very much grateful and thankful to all the panel members for touching all the critical points and for your valuable insights and contributions. This once again, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, and also our participating panelists who are in person and also in virtual. But I would like to request again Dr. Keith to come over here and also give closing remarks, way forward, and also a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel we've kind of run out of time here, but I'll have a go anyway. The last people in the room. Look, a very excellent panel, and I'd just quickly go through points, my bullet point summary of everything you've all contributed. I think we have unanimous agreement that solar thermal is definitely a key element of the energy transition, and we've really emphasized that the heat end use is a very large part of what society does. Indradip started by defining some of the key advantages there, and points about the efficiency and the land use that benefit that goes with that, the relieving pressure on electricity supply by going directly from heat to heat. And I think Ramesh then emphasized on the power side that the solar thermal power plants would give extra strength to the grid in that way. So that was good. Chil, in his first comments, talked about housing and the need to improve efficiency, and that really struck a chord with me, because in earlier days I helped to organise passive solar house design tours in Australia, and actually a house properly designed with windows properly facing the sun is a solar thermal collector. It should be thought of as such. So that's a really good reminder. We got to the meteorology aspects of it, and we all agree. I mean, the satellite is clearly a wonderful and dominate, obviously the way forward to get complete coverage of all sites, and it's reached a point of sophistication that we can make good assessments almost anywhere on the planet. But there is that important qualification, particularly for the concentrated systems and DNI, that we need to have sufficient ground truthing stations. And yes, I'm aware of the sort of bad experience the Indian CSP plants had in that regard, because of course, dust in the atmosphere doesn't do that much to diffuse radiation, but it's terrible for the direct beam radiation. Andreas made the really key point, obvious point really, that CSP or solar thermal is all about capital cost. The big plus with that is you immediately remove the uncertainty of a fuel cost in a world where gas prices and other fuel prices are going wherever they're going, but they're not getting better. It does, of course, mean as a high capex thing that we have to think about the financing models for that and ways in which we can overcome that capital cost hurdle. So Chil, in his early comments, highlighted the great success of household thermosiphon hot water systems. And I think it's really important that we don't forget the legacy. There's been a huge success in the solar thermal industry, and it's kind of been overshadowed a bit by, I suppose, the growth of PV, but it's there. And what we really just need to do is pick up and re-accelerate in that area and remind people how good it is. Further comments, Chil took us to the PVT idea, which raises the whole idea of synergistic combinations of things. And I think that's really important to think about. Andreas brought us back to, he was asked about the sweet spot, and he re-emphasized things I said at the beginning, which is lower temperatures are cheaper, are more cost effective. It's the obvious thing to do first. Suchil, in your final comments, you talked about, you used the word a market-based approach, and that's something I really like, but it is challenging. You know, we've had renewable electricity certificate type markets around the world. Can we do renewable heat certificates? It has been tried. It's worth thinking about, but challenging as well. And finally, our friend from the audience had great things to say about the ISA, and that's good. He was asking how to convince other countries to join. I would say somebody from a country who really likes ISA's contribution is the best advertisement you can have. So that was a good note to end on. So once again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to everyone online. I hope there's more than one of you. And yes, I wish everyone a good COP29.